Pay according now at ExcelsiorAMB.com. Sign-on bonuses, 11 paid federal holidays, benefits packages, and education advancements are available. Excelsior ambulance teams are staffed by some of the most experienced paramedics and EMTs in the South. ExcelsiorAMB.com. That's ExcelsiorAMB.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State Map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
It's true.
Tell them what you just said.
So Dunaway brought up Jets-Giants, which
horrible uniforms, the Jets.
Yeah, I was watching Sunday on NFL Network, Jets-Giants, Sunday afternoon. They're down 3. You know, any other time you play for the tie, right? But Robert Saleh's like, there's no overtime. I'm going to play for the win. So Strevler throws it in the end zone. Touchdown. Place goes nuts. Announcers are like, this Strevler guy, he's been amazing all offseason. They cut him.
Yeah. Well,
that's life in the
by
NFL.
the way, that was a covered, too. It was 3.5. Yeah.
Oh,
After
no wonder they were going so
point.
crazy. Yeah.
All right.
I thought it was funny. He threw that. Everybody goes nuts, and they cut him the next day.
Part of the show being brought to you by the great folks at NASCAR. Rockstar, can you cue up number 8 for me?
Yeah. Do it quick, Rockstar, just like NASCAR. Talladega is hosting the 2022 Yellowwood 500. Sunday, October 2nd, you can be there to see it for yourself. Guarantee your Yellowwood 500 weekend experience today by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA. That is 877-GO-TO-DEGA, or visit TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. Don't forget to add on that Talladega Garage experience.
Bryce Young and Will Anderson. On Anderson sacking Bryce Young in practice. Listen to this. Best sound you'll hear today.
We definitely feed off each other in practice. He thinks he sacks me. He's wrong, like 95% of the time. But I give him some. It's good for his self-esteem. We go back and forth.
The thing with Bryce is, he doesn't like to be sacked. And, when you're constantly always in his face, sometimes he likes to, think that, you're not, or like he'll complete a pass, but the whistle will already be blown. So in his mind, it's not a sack, but that's where that comes from. But it's sacked.
I love Bryce, but I'm going to believe Will on this one.
Yeah, it's good for his self-esteem.
Yeah, that's all Will needs, right?
Does Will have a self-esteem problem?
I haven't heard seriously one analyst say he's not the best player in college football.
Yeah, everybody thinks he is.
Yeah. They're drooling over him at the next level. Oh. Good NFL draft this year. Don't want to wish away the college football season 1 second, though. So excited. Thursday night. We got so many good games Thursday night.
I know. It's a fun Thursday night.
Oh, it is. God, I'm so excited for this season. Can't wait. I mean, last year we were sort of feeling our way through this. I don't know if I enjoyed the season as much as I'm going to enjoy this one now that we're settled in. Big lineup tomorrow. Who are our new football guests tomorrow?
Oh, well, it's tomorrow,
Luginbill?
Wednesday. Todd Fuhrman will be with us. Luginbill is with us. Coach Bryant Vincent, UAB Blazers.
Yes.
Coach Wimp Sanderson.
Yes.
With a blue plate.
Good Wednesday. With a blue plate?
Yes, it's week 1.
I bet he's grumpy and doesn't have a blue plate. We'll see tomorrow.
I don't know.
Yeah, 14-1 last year, 15-1, something like that.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah, he'll lose 2 in the first 3 this year. We will see him tomorrow. Hear what he has for the blue plate. Until next time, God bless you. God bless America.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
What are those cliches you do when you're close to a big event, like one more sleep until college football season, the full big weekend, whatever it is? We're that close to the big games tomorrow night. You know, I was talking with some friends last night when I was at one of the local establishments having a Redmont vodka as the sun was setting outside. I was hanging around and I was talking to somebody like, boy, James Franklin plays the game really, really well. Who's his agent? He's not a Jimmy Sexton guy, is he?
I don't think he is, no.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know who represents him, but, you know, we were about to watch Penn State and Purdue on an opening Thursday night, tomorrow night. And Penn State, who had a couple of good years early with James Franklin, he's won one Big Ten championship but didn't get to go to the playoffs that year. But that team seems to be that program seems to be in a downward trajectory for me.
Well, you're talking about Penn State?
Yeah, Penn State.
They had an awful 2020. Again, it was a weird year, especially in the Big Ten. Last year, they were an average team. A lot of people believe they could be a sleeper this year.
Yeah, could be, Manny Diaz is there as the defensive coordinator. I think we will watch that game tomorrow night. By the way, Elliot says Sexton is his agent. Okay, good information.
I don't think that's right. I'll double check.
So we will watch.
I'll go Trace Armstrong.
No, that's a good guess. Good guess.
I'll do Jerry Maguire.
Okay. You had me at hello.
Okay, no. Jimmy Sexton. He just got Jimmy Sexton.
Well, Sexton plays the game really well.
Yep.
But we'll watch that game tomorrow night, and I will sit here and go, God, is Manny Diaz going to take, the lesser Penn State defenders and make them really good, or is Purdue going to expose Penn State for not having their usual, normal, good defensive front seven? Tomorrow night's game's fascinating to me because of how wild the West can be, and Purdue could put their stake in the ground and say, man, I can contend in the Big Ten West. And if Penn State doesn't win that game tomorrow night, that trip to Jordan Hare coming up, it's a sluggish start for a guy who was trying to sell to us at one point last year that USC wanted him.
Yeah, and they've got such a difficult October. Northwestern looks better than advertised. They've got to go to Michigan. They've got Minnesota and Ohio State all in October.
He just got a 10-year contract.
Yeah, he did. I mean,
this is a pivotal month for James Franklin. But, you look back. I mean, within a 4-year period from 16 to 19, he won 11 games 3 times.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest James Franklin fan, but I'm not sure you're right about the downward descent of the program.
Okay. All right. That's why we have so many microphones on this show, 6 of them now. I'm just one opinion.
Not a fan, is he?
I'm just one opinion.
I'm just one small opinion.
What do you think he is in 31 top 25 matchups?
31 top 25 matchups. I'm going to say he's very close to 500, which is not a bad number.
I think that's probably about right. I'd go 15 and 16.
11 and 20.
11 and 20. That's not great.
Yeah, it's not.
Yeah,
good.
but I mean,
top 25 is a little misleading. How many of those are top 5? Probably not a ton. I mean, Ohio State.
Yeah, but Ohio State and Michigan every year are going to usually be ranked ahead of him.
Ahead of him, but not top 5. I mean, so you're probably playing teams that are 10 to 25.
Did you say
lot.
top 25 or
That's
top
what he
5?
said.
Yeah,
top 25.
25, yeah.
Okay, so he had 2 7 and 6 years to start. Then 11 and 3, 11 and 2, 9 and 4, 11 and 2, 4 and 5, 7 and 6. Now the 4 and 5 is the 2020. I personally, and you can do this however you like.
Before you even say it, team I like a lot won the national championship that year and considered to be one of the best of all time. So I'm not going to devalue 2020.
I don't devalue 2020, but I also don't hold it against a coach in his record. Does that make sense?
Do you guys remember how that played out, though?
Well, hang on, though. But I don't.
Yeah, it's like a free play. If it was positive.
2020 is a free play. If it's positive, I'll give you a ton of credit because you had to fight through a really difficult situation. If it's negative, like Penn State was 4 and 5 that year, how many times did they not have 20 players because of some weird COVID restrictions? I mean, I'm not gonna pull the panic button, push the panic button over 4 and 5. Now it was 7 and 6 last year.
Yeah, look, 7 and 6 didn't get it done. I'll tell you this: the one thing that jumped out 2020 to me is you remember they started 0 and 5, and to be able to pull them out of the ditch and win your final 4 games is kind of impressive because a year like that, a lot of guys would just tap out.
Was that the Michael Penix score at the end of the game?
Yeah, the very first game.
Yeah, the very first game. Michael Penix stretches it over the goal line. It was a bang play.
Yeah, and you win that game, you have no idea what.
I don't know.
You know,
I mean,
the
that
next
was a
week
bad-
is
and that was a
Ohio
bad
State.
call.
I don't know that it was a bad call. I just think it was a close call. I'm not saying it was a bad call. It was a close call.
Hey, intern Tyler, bottom left on the T-shirt rack there, can you bring me one of those T-shirts? Doesn't matter what size. Just bring me one of those, the bottom left.
Okay.
Yeah.
Make sure it gets back in there so we keep up with inventory.
I don't even have one of these T-shirts. Hide it from the audience as you bring it. Tyler, the intern, by the way, he's been with us a while.
Yeah, welcome in,
Unbelievable
Tyler.
guy.
Auburn student.
As you guys are now reacting heavily over in the chat room to my comments.
I agree with Casey. I've been
Hey,
thinking about
Dunaway,
this.
fly the flag. Casey says, thanks, Dunaway. I'm betting huge on Penn State
Yeah,
now.
go-
fly the flag, boys.
Go heavy on the Nittanies.
Yeah, we need a flagpole behind us. We'll just fly the
flagpole.
fly the landmine every time one happens. We'll just raise it up like
It's all
Cubs game.
tattered.
It looks like it's been through a war.
Grizzly Bears going through it.
Let's see. What's the current number on this one, Dunaway? I want to see.
3.5.
3.5? How do you feel?
I mean, you guys, Purdue is going to win this game outright.
Well, I think so, too.
And they're given what? They're given 3.5.
Getting 3.5, yeah.
Purdue's getting.
Yeah.
yes. Jim.
Oh my God!
love
What
the way
easy
he
money.
does these.
MyBookie.ag.
Promo code next round.
This is my MyBookie.ag face.
Boy.
Easy money this week.
The kids are going to be coming out of college if
Okay.
if your September's as bad as I think it's going to be.
Let's just quickly rewind here.
Because you know you got to put money up front, right?
I know
but
you-
hey, Jim, but they double your initial deposit, so that's good for you.
I gave you a winning tease yesterday.
With code next round.
Yeah, I mean, already we gave you a teaser yesterday. Then you
Upset alert.
Then our upset alert, which is right here from yesterday.
Feel good about all three.
That's a winning ticket.
You really like all three of those?
I'd play them
I like
individually.
R2 more than Dunaway's. No offense. I mean, I'm just being honest with
He
you.
said no offense. You
No
can't get
offense,
mad.
but-
You can't get mad.
Is that the rule of no offense?
Yeah, you cannot get mad if I say no offense first.
Two of the three of these are almost guaranteed winners right here. And now I can get Purdue, who's going to win the game outright, and I can get 3.5 points.
Yep. You sure can.
That game's in West Lafayette, Jim.
Oh, I know.
That's Purdue catching points at home.
Where the grass will be tall.
Who's got the better coach?
That's how I got into this conversation.
I don't know, though.
Peel it back a little bit.
Yeah, I don't know.
Was-
either.
I don't know.
I mean, the much more difficult job is Purdue.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I would agree with you on that, but I'm not sure who's got the better coach. I think, Lance, if I had to pick one to run my program, a couple of years ago, it would have easy been Brom. Oh, God, I don't know. I think I'd probably hedge towards Franklin being the better coach.
Rusty in the chat room, remembering history a little different than I do, and my wife. I will say when Dunaway's willing to bet his mortgage on something, he's been right over the years. I can recall multiple times I've heard him like that, and he's been right.
Ooh, I can't, Rusty, but
Well, I would like Rusty to
Can
give
you?
I'd like him to give us some examples.
Yeah. I'm having
Now-
a hard slipping my mind right now too, Rusty.
When Lance is all about a game.
Oh yeah.
it's
Like
normally pretty good.
I go back to Florida State, NC State. I have never seen. That's my Lance line.
Well, USC Utah that one year
but
too.
I don't know that I've ever seen you more confident than Florida State, NC State. And NC State, as I remember, was catching a pretty good amount of points.
Georgia, Hawaii. I would say that those kind of games is about 80%.
What was
remember
it?
a few years ago it was Ole Miss against Alabama.
Yeah,
I
and
mean,
Ole Miss won the game outright.
yeah.
What was? Do you remember the NC State line? What
Yeah,
they
it
were
was
catching?
14.
14. NC State was catching 14 at home
Much like Purdue's 3.5 tomorrow night.
against Florida State. And I will never forget Lance that whole week. And it was a primetime Saturday night game saying, not only is NC State plus 14 the mortal lock of the decade, they're going to win this game
Well, the
outright.
funny thing, tall quarterback Mike Glennon, your former quarterback, was the quarterback for the Wolfpack that night. We had a full packed house in my basement. And C. Stu still wouldn't give up that Florida State was going to win the game. So I set it up. You've got to take everyone to dinner. I don't know if any of you guys were there. Were you there?
I was
Rusty?
not.
I wasn't there.
But we were all howling doing the Wolfpack howl, and they ended up winning the game. And C. Stu had to take us all to dinner.
I'll never forget
No,
where
I wasn't there for that.
I'll never
was
forget.
great.
I'll never forget where I was. I'll never forget it. I was up in the mountains with some friends. We're in a mountain house watching the game. And that last play where NC State scores, my buddy Andrew, I'll never forget. He goes, there he is, wide open. And Mike Glennon hits him. I mean, he is wide open in the middle of the end zone. Mike Glennon hits him. And all I could think about was, my gosh, Lance called this all.
And again, we're going to get a couple of those games this weekend. And what I talk about is a double-digit dog. Multiple double-digit dogs will win this weekend.
They're everywhere. But if you want to use the next round. Next round is the promo code mybookie.ag. Brownie gets us going.
Oh, Jimmy D. I mean, look, Dunaway is making
set the table. Fade Dunaway all year.
You're making house payments right now. Bills and Rams kicking off the NFL regular season. Now is the time to prepare your winning season at mybookie.ag. Whether you're a veteran bettor or a first-timer, MyBookie gets you the most for your money with a double deposit bonus. It's what Dunaway needs. Quick and easy. $250 deposit, $500 in your account. You use your funds to bet instantly on as many games, contests, and props as you like. To claim your bonus, register today at mybookie.ag. Use the promo code NEXTROUND. Next round, all one word. It's designed to add more excitement to the games and sports you love. Bet on team win totals, predict the Super Bowl winner, or use the MyBookie prop builder and secure the bag. Your winning season begins today at MyBookie. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND.
Boy, I'm really excited. Don't forget that code, too, because that's huge for getting the extra money there. I love how the chat room catches into real-life experiences here on the show. When Brown says mountain cabin, Zach says he really meant mountain house. And then Jay comes back and says, no, in Brown's world, it was a chalet.
Oh, of course it was a chalet.
Yeah.
With a golf course.
What, a chalet on Cheehaw Mountain?
It was not on Cheehaw. It was in the Tennessee mountains, almost North Carolina. What's the definition of a chalet? What makes it a chalet?
Well, when you leave your home,
how much you pay to be there?
When you leave your home from a gated community, you only go to a chalet.
Not always.
You don't
it's
come,
a nice house.
You don't come off your mountain to go to another mountain to a lesser house.
It's a nice house.
It's a chalet.
Some friends of mine own it up in the mountains. A really nice house.
So Dunaway and I ended up at an English pub last night.
We did.
And you know what you find?
Without Maggie?
You find out.
Wait. Yeah. First
You guys
off,
have a pint?
I had a couple pints, yeah.
Sunday night, late golf, late dinner with the guys.
Yep.
Come home, have to walk those damn dogs.
Of course.
And by the time I print my sheets for the show, incorrectly on Sunday night for the TV, and by the time I go to bed, it's 1 o'clock. Early wake up call, 4 hours of sleep.
All right.
The next night, poker with Lunsford. A rare night that I actually play well. They're past midnight. Get home, bed at 1 o'clock, 4 hours of sleep. Last night, had it all planned out. I'm walking those rascals around my neighborhood. It's about 6 o'clock. I'm winding down. I've already said myself, I already printed my sheets. I'm going to go back, throw little notes on these things, get ready for an easy show tomorrow because we've got a great guest lineup.
Easy show.
And then I get a call from LT. Hey, man, come meet me from the drink. Roommate's out of town, wife's out of town. Meet me for a drink.
Nobody's in town.
I was like, oh, LT, man, I've already started winding down. 8 o'clock in bed is where I was
in
headed.
the car already.
8 o'clock in bed.
Auto drink.
This guy knows nobody has more FOMO than me. All he had to do was invite me. All he had to do was invite me.
The funny thing is, when we walk into an English pub on a Tuesday night, we run into a Ram Scout.
Yep. It's a friend. It's a guy that lives here in town. That's a Ram Scout.
And I wore him out.
No. The actual Ram Scout. I know. Lives here in town, Rockstar. Listens to the show.
Yeah, Ted, he listens to the show.
Yeah, listens to the show, loves the show,
Great
and knows
guy.
Lance is a big Rams fan.
Yeah. I clocked it. You ready? Yep. How long? Introduce him. Hey, Ted, Lance. That's Lance right there. Big Rams fan.
Yep.
I know Lance. Big Rams fan. Real Rams fan. 90 seconds before he asked the first, inside information about this person on the roster. 90 seconds. 3 minutes before he asked for some tickets.
What about gear?
I did not ask for any gear.
His gear is better than Ted's gear.
I got plenty of gear. But he had some interesting insight. Yeah. Those scouts, man. I mean, they know what they're doing.
They're
dialed in.
Yep. They know it all.
Yeah.
And he told me last night. I brought up Sony Michel being cut.
Yep.
For USP Rams, and he said, "Man, he helped us so much when he was with us."
Yeah, Dolphins didn't have room for him though.
And Dolphins cut him, and he says he will not be on the waiver wire long.
He won't.
In Los Angeles today, likely signing with the Chargers.
Oh wow!
Backup Austin Eckler.
Yeah, that would be a pretty good little backup for the Chargers there. So
no doubt.
Patrick knows the history of the show. He said, "Did Lance ask him for a Mark Bulger jersey?"
I did not.
I autographed Mark Bulger. Remind you.
Really good, Patrick.
Yep.
Really good. All right. So what? Go ahead.
Tide Hoop News has redone your TV schedule. I like his format much better. If you want to not that.
Can I send it?
What?
Well, just saying.
Yeah.
Hey, you guys say it.
Look at it and tell me if you don't like it better,
offense,
Jim. No offense. Tell me you don't like it better.
Well, I mean, first off, the logos are too big.
Well, you can shrink the logos and make the games bigger at that
Yeah.
point.
I do like that. Yeah. I do like it a lot.
If he sent you that template, would you start doing it that way instead of the way you do it?
I'm not sure I would, because what he is not taking into account, it's not a TV schedule I'm printing. I take notes on mine as the week goes on, which is why it's spaced the way it is.
Oh, okay.
To have
Okay,
room to
that's
scratch
fine.
notes.
Yeah, that's
But,
fine.
there's a lot of TV schedules out there. I like to make notes.
Well, I'm convinced. So you've done this for years, and we appreciate you doing it.
No,
but
I appreciate it more than you'll know.
I am convinced this year you went down on the font because the font's the smallest it's ever been.
Well, a lot of games.
And I think you're trying to force me and Brown into readers.
No, more games on TV every week.
Just so I'm not the only one.
Look, Lance, look at all these games.
I know.
Well, I mean,
Hey, wait, hold on. I did it at an Italian restaurant Monday night with Jack. But I'll tell you what, I asked my server, I was like, hey, tell me about this appetizer. And he was like, I can't see it.
Yeah, listen, I had to do it at a Mexican restaurant during the day on a Sunday afternoon, but it was so freaking dark in the corner where they sat us, I had to get my flashlight out for the menu.
That is an old move, though.
It is an old man move. I mean, my daughter immediately took a picture and sent it to my dad and said, don't ever let him make fun of you again.
Caleb asking, where can you access our worksheet each week? It's on the website whenever Lunsford puts it up.
Oh, wow.
Boom. No offense, Lunsford.
Jeez.
Good thing they don't have microphones back there. Nextroundlive.com. Usually there's a...
And you're up.
Oh, I'm sorry, I never got a copy of it. You print them out for Lance and Brown, but never emailed it to me.
Oh, it's posted on all of our social media platforms except the website.
So you can post it to the website then.
Yeah.
Wow.
Actually, I tried, and I don't have that. I don't have the ability to create a page. Somebody has not.
We got a chippy day going.
Coach me up on that.
Why is it so chippy, man? This is the day before kick.
Here's what happens the first 2 weeks.
Yeah.
We have a lot. Like I can't leave. For instance, Miami off the Hurricanes.
Well,
right?
you can.
But they're playing Bethune-Cookman.
Oh, yeah, that's a big game.
No, very few of you are going to watch it, but I can't leave Miami off the list,
You know
right?
why he doesn't do it? Because he doesn't want you to say, Miami plays Bethune-Cookman. Where's that done?
Yeah,
oh, you
where's
don't have
that?
it on your
Yeah.
list.
Yeah. And, I throw the local teams in. I don't even think there is TV for North Alabama and Indiana State.
I would be surprised.
Yeah. But I threw it in there just in case there's UNA people
Well, you got
watching.
ESPN Plus. That's
I mean,
TV.
if you see a Stanford band moment, it's going to be on somebody's cell phone for that game.
That's right. I mean, I put all the streamings on there.
It's
Yes.
going to be all bouncy.
Baylor's a highly ranked team. Baylor's a highly ranked team defending Big 12 champions. I can't leave them off. But is anybody going to watch them play Albany? But that's what happens the first couple of weeks.
How long does this take you to put together? I mean, your justification, Baylor won Big 12.
Yeah, how long does it take?
Well, I mean,
Before
truthfully,
we just destroy it.
I threw all the games down.
Yeah.
And then I get it down to one sheet, right? So this past week, it was, I usually go 6 columns bigger font. Well, then I go smaller font, 7 columns, and I'm still on the second page. So then I have to start eliminating games.
Yeah, we have that one listener that had a wife that thought about going to Elon. I don't want to insult him.
I'm a pleaser, man.
You are. You're a people pleaser.
Yep. Had to leave Duke on because Maggie's there right now.
Man, as much money as
Well,
y'all are paying
your
him.
money's spread out right now.
It really is.
So you've got
More
Duke,
than this list.
you've got Montevallo, you got UAB, and you got MyBookie.
Yep. MyBookie.ag. That's where all my money's going right now. She called me from campus yesterday. Maggie did. She's at Duke right now as a student.
Has she done a keg stand yet?
And I was joking with her, her time, she'll come back this weekend and she won't go back up until finals. She'll do the rest remote. And I was joking with her. I said, so have you been into Cameron Indoor? My family doesn't watch sports.
Right.
Only me.
Yeah, it'd be a big deal to you, but not her.
Yeah. My wife, my son, and my daughter, they don't really love sports like I do.
Yeah, same with my ex and my kids.
Yeah, for instance, Maggie got accepted to Duke right when the Final Four was starting. And I'm watching the great Duke North Carolina Final Four game, and I hear downstairs, all of a sudden, somebody goes, yeah. And I was like, are you watching the Duke basketball game? She goes, yeah, that's my team. I'm a student now.
Oh, no.
Oh, wow.
And she's like, and this Coach K guy's pretty good. And I said, do I have some breaking news for you?
That's right.
You're
going at the
watching
worst
his
time.
last game.
Worst time you could go there.
And so I'm like, have you been to Cameron Indoor? And she's like, ooh, what's that?
Oh, wow. Big fan.
Is that the cafeteria?
Yeah. I said, it's the basketball arena. And she goes, "Oh, I think that's on the other side of campus. That's a long way away."
How big is that campus?
And two campuses, east and west.
Yeah,
It's
I thought it was really small.
Yeah. So I'm like, "You got to go." And she goes, "It probably won't be open." I said, "Maggie, it's like this is a university and it's old school. They've got classrooms inside Cameron Indoor. It'll be open. You can walk in there." I walked in on an Alabama football Saturday and took a picture in there. So at some point, hopefully today or tomorrow, Maggie will send us a picture of her in Cameron Indoor.
I'm going to bet against that.
You don't think she'll make it across campus?
I don't think it's that big a deal to her.
Well, I asked for it, Brad.
And I actually don't see Duke on here.
God, who are they playing? I mean, for Duke to get eliminated, it had to be a pretty bad game.
I'm just saying, I don't.
But answer your question, Tide Hoops. Tide Hoops, you now have it every week. You can do it. I'm done. Wimp Sanderson in the next segment. Part of our show today being brought to you by a couple of folks, including our friends at NASCAR.
Oh, Jimmy D, they're coming to the Talladega Super Speedway.
Hey, racing at North Wilkesboro tonight. Yeah, Delta Junior's in a car tonight.
I thought that place was shut down.
They're trying to reopen it, so they're getting some. It's an all-star race tonight.
Is it on the TV?
It's not on my TV list.
I didn't see it on there with Duke. Hey, so TalladagaSuperspeedway.com is where you go for tickets to the Yellowwood 500. All the info on the Yellowwood 500 weekend. Guarantee your 2022. How do you say that? 2022? Your 2022?
2022.
Yeah, there's no way to say it what 2000 is there. Your 2022 Yellowwood 500 weekend experience today. You can do so by going to TalladagaSuperspeedway.com or calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA. That's 877-GO-TO-DEGA. Get tickets, infield spots, the garage experience, everything. TalladagaSuperspeedway.com or 877-GO-TO-DEGA.
If you're looking on your Friday night slate, Temple Duke, 6:30 ACC Networks on the list.
It was a funny line, though.
No, the reason I wanted to bring this up is Maggie's coming back in town this week, so she's going to miss Saturday in the park. The Chicago song they love to play at the what is Duke Stadium?
Wallace Way.
Yeah, Wallace Way.
Oh, she's still there Friday night.
Cameron Outdoor Stadium.
Yeah, but would they play it on Friday night? Because
it doesn't make any
it's
sense.
not Saturday in the park. Yeah. What would they play on Friday night? I don't know. Yeah.
Working for the weekend.
Barely football.
Lover boy.
Wimp's coming up. Our friends at the University of Montevallo, glad to welcome your son or daughter to campus for a tour. Or maybe you want to just learn more about Montevallo right now. Why I chose them in the 80s, why my daughter chose them just 2 years ago. Class sizes. Very small class sizes that helps some students succeed academically. Maybe that's your son or daughter. Maybe they're looking for a great social setting at a smaller campus. Perfect at Montevallo. Beautiful, safe campus, growing campus, new buildings going up. My daughter's part of the theater department. They got a multi-million-dollar theater department that opened last year. A lot of great things happening at Montevallo. 21 NCAA Division II fully funded scholarship sports right there at Montevallo. You can schedule a tour or just learn more about the university by going to montevallo.edu. Montevallo.edu. Wimp Sanderson's up next, maybe a blue plate special. He was 15-1 last year. I'm predicting a bad season for Wimp. We'll find out how he gets off to a good start, maybe, next.
Bama and Bourbon, the Mystery Fifth Hour. Jimmy Buckets, available in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531 or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at New Life Art. Daniel A. Moore has completed his original full-color oil painting honoring Bryce Young Alabama's fourth Heisman Trophy winner. This painting depicts the memorable Heisman-worthy go-ahead pinpoint pass to John Mechie in the corner of the end zone as the Tide dismantled the vaunted Georgia defense in the SEC championship game this past year. Use code TNR for 15% off. You can order online at danielmooreart.com.
You hear a lot of interesting phrases while playing golf, like, I think you're on the beach, or the classic, you gotta hit it, Alice. One word you're sure to hear right now at Bentbrook Golf Club is wow. Brand new carts with complimentary GPS and the bent grass greens are so consistent you just might drain a few more putts, Alice. Tee it up and find out for yourself. Book around today at bentbrook.com or call 428-1999. It's better at Bentbrook.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with walk-ons.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
Football season is here and fall is coming. Call Adam, Chad, and the guys at Hemp Hill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. Trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Call 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Back with you on the next round. Wimp Sanderson coming up in just a second. By the way, yesterday in this world of NILs, and we announced our NIL deals earlier this week, Crystal. It's been a while since I've had a good Crystal, but every time I eat them at 2 in the morning, I enjoy them. Have you ever been to Crystals in the daylight?
Yeah, when I was a kid, there was one on Green Springs next to Green Springs 6, and we used to ride our bikes there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. As a over 16-year-old when you could drive.
One time, 3 years ago, we were out at the pool, and Chop, Drew, was telling Jack had never had a Crystal, and he was telling him how good they are.
Right.
Especially late night. And I decided one Sunday morning to pick up a sack of Crystals and take them to Jack.
Yeah. I've had Waffle House in the daylight hours just recently.
Me too.
But
Floribama tour.
I've never, ever, ever had Crystal in the daylight, ever.
Interesting.
Not in the daylight. Crystal is, people joke about Waffle House being the leaving the bar, going home food. Crystal is it. By the way, Crystal with 51 NIL deals, including a handful of Alabama and Auburn folks getting a Crystal NIL deal.
I've almost choked out on Crystals. That Bourbon Street, the infamous one where the Alabama fan was accosted.
Yeah.
I've been there a million times. It's like my last stop of the night. in New Orleans every time I go there.
Yeah.
And I'll be walking back to the hotel just, swinging a sack and just eating the whole way back.
Yeah, you are.
My favorite Crystal memory, me paying off a steak, eating a full steak salad and drinking cocktails at Fleming's, and then us going to Odie's and me paying off another steak by eating a bag of 12 crystals on the stage while you guys did trivia.
Yep. Where did we even get those crystals?
I don't know.
Somebody had to get them. I think there's one in Hoover.
Yeah.
And there's one on
One right
Acton.
off 459. Yeah, on
Yeah.
Acton.
Did you go get them? I forget.
No, I didn't go get them. We had somebody go get them. Somebody volunteered to do it. Like, we do this, I'll get them.
Yep. And eat them. I ate them easily. By the way, Odie's tonight for you guys, right?
Yeah, Rockstar tonight is
Trivia, Lance.
every Wednesday night. Odie's Team Trivia. Me, Rocky, Will Haver, come join us. A lot of fun. Had a great crowd last week when Brown was out there pinch hitting for Will Haver. But get there a little early. Enjoy some of that great food from Rodney Davis. The award-winning wings, delicious burgers. My personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich. Ice cold beer buckets full of Bud Light. It's a Birmingham institution, but mark it down 8 o'clock tonight. Odie's Team Trivia, Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
All right, the coach, Wimp Sanderson, with us each week on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Welcome in, Coach. How are you?
I'm doing good. Hey, Jim.
Yes, sir.
I had crystals on my honeymoon.
No, you didn't, Coach.
Yep.
did not.
I had no money.
Uh-huh.
It was 60-something years ago, and I was broke. I was just able to get the motel rooms, so I ate crystals.
Yeah, it was a delicacy back then.
I would imagine if you're going priorities, the hotel room on the wedding night was
much more
important than food.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
Well, they left the light on for me.
Where did you go on your honeymoon, Coach?
He just told you, Motel 6.
Yeah, Chattanooga, I think.
Chattanooga.
I don't know, but we had crystals. I was broke in the hand. If the gas had been what it is today, I couldn't have gotten from Tuscaloosa to Northport.
You would have gone by horseback to Chattanooga. Hey, when's the last time you had crystal? Last time you had a crystal?
Oh, it's been that long. I've had some since then, but it's been a long, long time. Yeah, that'd be a good deal for y'all to do that. That'll do well.
Well, we're
not doing it.
Yeah, that was somebody else that did that. Crystal did that with somebody else.
I got this little show I do, as y'all know, way before y'all, on something else, and so they kept on with me about doing a blue plate.
Right.
And I did one last week, and although I didn't do it on your show, and I said to them, if I hit it, kind of like y'all did me, I said, if I hit it, we'll count it. If I don't, we won't count it. And I hit it. I picked Florida Atlantic.
Okay.
And I picked them because of the heat that the opposing team is going to.
Charlotte, Charlotte was in Boca Raton
when it got down there. So I have a guy that's called my son, and pretty much gotten on to me about how dumb I am about that. I was guessing and looked up, and Jim's right. It is hard on these things, and I'll admit it because LT's 10,000 times better than I am.
No, it's a tough trade.
But it's a hard deal.
Yeah, but
so
with that win last week, you're now 16-1 in your last 17 picks.
He said, Barry, I'm going to bet $1,000 a throw against Wimp. Every time Wimp picks one, I won't know what I'm going to bet $1,000 with another buddy of his against that. And so when I put the stipulations on it last week about if I miss it, he called back and said, okay, I'm giving him $500. So anyway, these things are really hard to predict.
So wait, he gave you $500 for getting it right?
No, he didn't give me. He's betting another guy, but he's calling our show and telling me that he's betting $1,000 against me because I was lucky, and I was. I was lucky, and so when you gamble, you go up and down. I guess I don't gamble that much, so I used to on the golf course, but I can't play. So it's interesting. It's have you three decided who the other team is that Alabama and Auburn are going to play when they go 3-6? I just want you to I want each one of you to tell me who you have picked. I'm telling you, it's going to be Tennessee and Auburn for Alabama, and Georgia and Alabama for Auburn. If y'all pick the third team, it's going to be in stone now for 4 years.
Yeah. I think they're going to go, and this is just me personally, I think they're going to make that other game. They're going to get away from the rivalries at that point. And they're going to say we're going to make some TV games here. And I think you will see Alabama get an Oklahoma. And I think you'll see Auburn, get somebody like, a Texas A&M. Or maybe they'll get a lesser team because they've got Alabama and Georgia, those already TV games. Maybe they'll get a South Carolina or something like that.
I'm going to go coach Mississippi State. I think by going one of these elite teams, I just don't think you need it right now.
Me too.
Because I think Oklahoma, Texas, just the draw of them against other SEC teams, we haven't seen that. So I think there's going to be some appeal the first few years anyway.
Yeah, I think it's a real game for Mississippi State. Maybe not so much for Alabama, but it's a real rivalry. They feel like that. I don't. What about you, Ryan?
Well, I think Dunaway is correct on the fact that you're going to get these teams coming in so often. This is really not that big of a deal.
Thank you.
So I think Mississippi State. I think I told you that the day you brought it up, Dunaway. But I think Mississippi State is probably the right answer.
Well, what did you say on Auburn, Lance?
So Auburn, I agree. Georgia, Alabama, and then Auburn is a little more tricky.
Yeah, I see. I ask it.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, when you take the two best recruiting programs in the country, other than Ohio State, and you make them your permanent, is it fair to traditionally go Florida, which was the old Amen corner? Do you go Georgia?
I don't think.
Do you go Tennessee?
I don't think they're going to go too. Well, I know we're not going to have divisions anymore.
Yeah.
So
then there's LSU
matter.
that Auburn fans enjoy playing too. I mean, it's tough for Auburn. You give them 3, but in the long run, I think it all washes out.
With that said, Wimp, I will say Auburn gets LSU.
That's who I was going to say too.
Really?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I thought Florida and LSU might be one. But because they played each other so long, there's been a lot of controversy there, and they're looking for rivalries and controversy.
Yeah, I think Florida is Tennessee. I think Florida is Georgia, and then I think Florida is LSU.
Really? Okay. Okay, I can buy that.
Yeah. So to this season, though, because that's so far down in the future whenever we make that announcement, other than your Blue Plate special, don't give us that yet, is there a game that you're looking forward to seeing this year? Let's start with Alabama. Alabama's such a big favorite, 42-point favorite going into the game at Utah State. But tell me one thing you're looking forward to seeing Saturday when Alabama takes the field. What will Wimp Sanderson be watching to look for to see?
The receivers. They continue to brag about Alabama about everything that they do, but they're bragging about something they haven't seen, and they haven't seen the receivers. Now I know they got the kid from Georgia, I got the kid from Louisville, and they got good receivers, but show me that they're going to be able to catch everything he throws the way the other kids have done, Ohio State kid and all those guys. And I'm not completely 100% sure that they are going to run the pass routes correctly. If they've got the hands, I know that probably a couple of them got the speed. If they got the hands to catch it, to me, we're making a big deal out of how many points Alabama's going to score and how good they're going to be. But there's one thing we don't know. The defense is going to be great, and they got the big defense, everything's there. Do the pass catchers catch the value? That's to me, I'm not sure. I guess they do, but they're brand new. And y'all may throw that out, but that's what I think.
Well, no, but I mean, were you surprised? You mentioned the kid from Louisville, it's Tyler Harrell. Were you surprised he didn't get a starting spot?
Maybe a little bit.
Yeah.
Burton kid, the kid from Georgia did.
Yeah, Jermaine Burton.
And and I don't know the starting position is based on. I mean, it's. I tell you what I have not been able to find out, and I'm going to find this out. I want to know who substitutes. I want to know in the press box if the press box guy tells the defensive coordinator on the field that so-and-so is in a bad position every cotton pick and play, does he substitute or does he go to Nick Saban?
Well, I think the coordinators have the power to make the substitutions without Coach Saban.
Really?
Yeah,
I think so too. I think Jim's right on that.
Yeah,
I would agree.
And like offensively, a lot of the substitutions are based on plays and schemes. And then defensively, you check out with, number of snaps. They have certain players that are rotating in and out on a number of snaps. You don't want certain guys like defensive linemen to be out there, 6 consecutive plays or something like that. If you can change them out, get them off the field, some formations. And then some, rarely, but some, I think in the middle of a drive, does somebody get taken out because of poor play.
Yeah,
well,
I think.
At Auburn, they fired the offensive coordinator, a kid from Georgia. The head coach is an offensive guy. Either they weren't on the same page in the offices going in, or he didn't like what he called when he called it, or he didn't like what he was calling. That's a little bit interesting to me to see that you fire the offensive coordinator after you've hired him, and for the first year,
you get the feeling, though, with the way everything went, that Bobo was one of those that were sort of, as an old-school SEC guy that was forced on Brian Harsin, maybe pushed in that direction to get a couple of guys with SEC experience in Bobo and Mason.
Well, I don't know. You may be correct on that. I don't know. But that's just kind of the feel. Not any criticism on that particularly, but it's just a little bit interesting that the offensive guy, if he doesn't like things that are being called, and I can tell you right now that in the Auburn game, Coach Saban changed something when the coach that was at Florida called the offensive coordinator went to Florida. He called something, and Coach Saban changed it. So I know that for a fact.
All right, he is the coach, Wimp Sanderson, on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Rockstar, without further ado, hit it.
Blue Blade Special, sitting in a mayonnaise jar on Sonny Smith's porch.
All right, Coach.
I don't even want to do it. I'd rather do it Friday, but I'll do it.
I'm glad we're starting week 1. Good.
Yeah. I don't really. I'm not going to tell you the two games that I had down to.
We've all predicted what you're going to go with.
Yeah, and I, much knowing you really well, predicted that you were going to choose between 2 games. I even know which 2 you're choosing between.
I do too.
Well, y'all can't get the 2. I guarantee you, none of you 3 can get the second game that I'm going to.
Okay.
I'm not going to tell you that, but I'll tell you if you tell me you were right, I'll tell you.
Okay.
But I'm going to take Ohio State.
Oh, yes. Jim and Lance both got it. Ohio State minus 17.5, power favorite at home.
The reason for that is, that they hired Jim Knowles, who was the defensive coordinator at Oklahoma State.
Yeah, really good coach.
Yeah, they paid him $1.9. He's a hard-headed guy, tough guy, mean guy, and I think he'll change them defensively. And that may be a poor.
No, I think it's a nice blue plate.
Yeah, I'm guessing this is not your second game. Then I thought you were going to take Georgia minus the 17.
No, I didn't. I didn't consider that because I get so much.
Hold that for a minute,
much flack about how Dan's going to do, or Henning is going to do there.
Right. Dan Lanning.
Lanning. Excuse me.
That's okay.
Is it the duck hunt, dog?
It is duck hunt. Yeah,
that's pretty good.
That's right.
Anyway, I don't know. I just not sure about Oregon. Whether quarterback situation is a little bit up in the air, and I was a little bit scared of that. But y'all will. Neither one of the other 2 will get it, and I'm not going to tell you.
Okay, don't tell us. All right. Well, good luck with that, Coach. Thank you for the time. Love you.
All right. Talk to you later. Bye.
All right. That's Coach Wimp Sanderson on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. I loved duck hunt when I was a kid.
I don't remember that. I remember the game, but I never played it.
Oh, yeah.
What is the Martian-like plant on the?
Well, that's a tree.
What's the tree for?
Well, it was in duck hunt.
Okay.
They're out in the field in the tree, and the dog chases down the duck you kill, and he holds it up for the camera.
Again, everybody says it's a good duck hunt. The tree looks awful.
Lance, it was a marker on a whiteboard. I'm not Leonardo da Vinci over here. I wasn't trying to do it. But.
That's Wimp Sanderson today with all the energy as he takes Ohio State. It is, to me, the easiest play on the board this week.
I don't know if it's the easiest play. I mean, Notre Dame's got a lot of talent. It's a top 5 matchup, and you're laying 17.5 points.
Notre Dame's overrated. 37-13. MyBookie.ag.
Notre Dame is overrated, but we've seen Ohio State in these spots, i.e. Oregon last year, where they don't come to play. Now, the difference is C.J. Stroud wasn't 100% comfortable as a starter at that point. C.J. Stroud is very comfortable now. I agree with you. I mean, there's not a weakness with the Ohio State offense. We'll see how much better that defense is. I think it's good enough to slow down a new quarterback in Buckner and Notre Dame.
37-13. MyBookie.ag.
Yeah, I would go 42-21.
Still covers.
Yeah.
Easily. Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Nichols Outfitters. Speaking of hunting, Brown, dove hunting season officially starts this weekend. Don't hold me to that. I heard it.
All right,
Rumor
but it
has
is upon us. I'll say that. 12, 20, 28-gauge shotgun shells in stock at Nichols Outfitters. Demand is through the roof, though, for dove season, so hurry to Nichols Outfitters. Get the season started with the guys who know the outdoors. Nichols Outfitters. I-65, exit 242 in Pelham. Online, nicholsoutfitters.com.
And as always, our show being brought to you by these fine folks right here at Bud Light. Bud Light Next, brewed for what's next. 0 carbs, 80 calories. Wherever you are this football season, easy for the tailgate light. Makes you enjoy the tailgate food even more. It's our friends at Bud Light Next. When we come back, big news today for the future of the Big 12. We'll get into that. Later on, our spotlight includes, sneaky good games. And I'll tell you what, Ohio State, Notre Dame, not a sneaky good game. Everybody's fired up for that one. That's where game day is. Tom Luginbill at the top of the hour. We'll give you the guest lineup and talk a little television rights and why the Big 12 may be in a good position next.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
This hour is brought to you by Culver's. Welcome to Delicious. Check us out for all your tailgating needs this football season. From chicken to burgers to incredible fresh frozen custard and everything in between to make your tailgate perfect. That's Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Banking isn't just about your money. It's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org, America's first federal credit union. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. And there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama. 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
Football season is back, and so are tailgates. It's time to win that tailgate with Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his winning team will open up the doors so you can dine in or an easy-to-go pickup when you order at champyschicken.com. At Champy's, you experience southern staples like chicken on a stick and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales that are to die for. Hand-cut chicken tenders and a whole lot more right on your way home or to the big game. Highway 119 in Alabaster. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champy'schicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Roadshow Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis. We're at the Playoff Fan Central.
The next round. You'll find us where the big games are played.
Our Michelson look ahead, Tom Luginbill, coming up at the top of the hour, his weekly visit with us. Final hour of the show, Todd Fuhrman, his weekly visit with us at 12 noon, and UAB head coach Bryant Vincent, the only coach we have on live with us every week. He joins us the day before the opening game for UAB at 12:35 today. Had the AD from UAB on yesterday, clearing up some tailgate misinformation. Got that cleared up. Ready to go for the UAB opener tomorrow night, 7 o'clock, down at Protective. Looking forward to that. Also looking forward to Michelson Laser Vision.
Yeah, look, if you've thought about a LASIK procedure, you need to make this phone call. If you wear the contacts, the eyeglasses, you've got nothing to lose to call 969-8100 Michelson Laser Vision. As for Amy, tell her the next round sent you. They will hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. Again, zero to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. I had the procedure done 20 years ago, had the 2200 vision, now have 2015 vision, better than 2020. Make the phone call that I made, 969-8100. Ask for Amy. It's Michelson Laser Vision. For more information, michelsonlaservision.com.
Listen, I don't like to talk about it all the time, especially when the season starts. So it may be the last time I talk about conference realignment until some big news happens. I don't like to bog down off-season topics when games are going on. But it's sort of a big development today. Pete Thamel first report that the Big 12 is entering now into early talks on future broadcast rights with ESPN and with Fox. They're trying to get a number on what their value is going to be, and I would imagine they're throwing out different scenarios. If we stay with the 12 teams we're going to have, how much are you going to pay us? If we add these teams, how much would you pay us? If we add these teams, how much would you pay us? If we add all these teams, how much would you pay us? So they can go back and decide whether to expand or not. This wasn't supposed to start for the Big 12 until 2024. Huge advantage at ESPN and Fox saying, let's go ahead and talk, because that jumps them back ahead, or at least with the Pac-12 in the negotiation window.
Yeah, instead of potential numbers, you now have tangible numbers, and that is ultra important, not only for the Big 12, but potential programs that would be coming into that conference.
Do you see this as a huge advantage for the Big 12 that ESPN and Fox said, sure, let's go ahead and talk a year early?
I do. I mean, let's talk about the potentials. Utah, Colorado, Arizona, Arizona State.
Right. Yeah, I mean, but if I'm ESPN or whoever, I'm like, we'll start talking about it. I'm going to need to know who those other teams are. Yeah. And if you start listing them, you know, how solid is this? Is that who you want to go after? Do we have an agreement? You know, what is it?
But if I'm the Big 12 and I said, what if I give you Washington, Oregon, Utah, and Stanford?
See, what I think, though, is the Big 12 is probably thinking ESPN helped the SEC out here with Oregon and Texas, and Fox helped the Big 10 out with USC and UCLA. Maybe I can get ESPN on my side helping me out with these teams that I want.
That's right. And I think more importantly, the markets. Like Salt Lake's not a small market. You know, you look at, Utah, Colorado, you got the Denver market right there. Boulder's right outside of Denver. Arizona State, you've got the Phoenix, Scottsdale market, and then Tucson's not a small town.
Yeah. That's a good TV market. You're exactly right there. And plus, you're reconnecting some old rivalries, right? Especially bringing Utah and BYU together in the same conference. I think for the first time ever, maybe. I don't know. Or were they together?
Utah and BYU?
Were they ever in the
WAC?
WAC?
I think so, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, no, they've got some history, obviously. Rivalry game. It'd be fun to have that back in the Big 12. That's big news today. A lot of games on the field. One impact injury coming off. You know, when you play these openers, we knew Florida State was going to win the game against Duquesne. Linebacker Amari Gaynor, likely not going to play against LSU. Could be significant for Florida State against LSU. I don't know how you guys think that game's going to go right now.
I have no idea.
Yeah, it's a toss-up.
I have no idea.
Complete toss-up.
I don't think that's a game that's going to decide any playoff spots later on, but I'm intrigued to watch that one on Sunday, and it's got that good Sunday night window.
It does. I mean, you know, look, Mike Norvell obviously is in a tenuous situation. He's on some thin ice. Who knows what to expect out of Brian Kelly, except that normally his first years have been pretty good. They've been an improvement.
Well, look, and both of those teams have a lot of athletes. I trust Brian Kelly more than I do Norvell, but that's one of the more difficult games to handicap.
Not everybody's a Brian Kelly fan. A little comment from Lou Holtz later in the show coming up. Tom Luginbill is next. The show being brought to you today in part by our friends right there at Redmond Vodka, Redmond Distilling, getting you ready for another football weekend, kicking off the big opening weekend tomorrow night with our friends at Redmond.
I heard you order a Redmond vodka last night at that
you.
English pub we were at. Hey, look, if you're out there, you love vodka, at least give it a shot. It is a great product, locally owned and operated. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmond vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, doesn't have a harsh aftertaste. 8 times distilled, available at your local package store, including Peak Package, Beverage Place, and ABC stores. Also available in 20 states. Redmond Vodka.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
This hour is brought to you by Culver's. Welcome to Delicious. Check us out for all your tailgating needs this football season. From chicken to burgers to incredible fresh frozen custard and everything in between to make your tailgate perfect. That's Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Football season is here, and it's time to do what we do best. Lanceslock.com is your source for football winners, and for only $90 a month, you won't find a better value anywhere. If you're going to play, you might as well win while you're doing it. Jump in with me and get every lock from every league every single day. College football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, NBA. It's all under the same subscription. $90 a month breaks down to $3 a day. There's not a better deal out there. Subscribe today this year at Lanceslock.com. Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
The long hours of summer are great for golf at the Jerry Pate Design Timberline Golf Club. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline. Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Wayne's Pest Control has taken pest control to the next level. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Keep your home pest-free and rodent-free with Wayne's proprietary Smart system. Smart is a digital, eco-friendly rodent monitoring solution that tells Wayne's you have an unwanted mouse or rodent before you even know about it. Wayne's Smart Service professionals will proactively set up an appointment to take care of that problem, keeping your family and pets safe and healthy. And right now, get $60 off Smart Pet Service with the offer code TNR. Let Wayne's create your happy place. 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Another hour of the show as we move into the 10 o'clock hour Central Time here. Remember, if you're over in the chat room or watching us on YouTube, Facebook, or wherever today, hit that thumbs up button as we work our way towards Tom Luginbill. This conversation right now, this hour of the show, being brought to you in part by the great folks at Gutter Cap. Leaf blowers out early this morning for you. You don't want those things being blown into the trees.
I got to get Luginbill's take on this. I cannot exaggerate this, Rocky. I got a text yesterday from the neighbor that lives across the street. He said, man, people have been blowing leaves behind your house all day. I understand why you get so upset. This morning at 6:15, two dudes on his roof blowing leaves. I went outside on the deck and started screaming at them. They shut it down after that.
Yeah. That's why you need gutter cap, man.
If you cap it, you don't have to worry about it again. It's a padded aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters. It will keep that debris out, eliminate gutter cleaning forever. Don't annoy your neighbors getting on the roof with the blower. Think about if you fall off, you snap the neck and die, you're no good to the wife or kids. Right now, 45% off the retail price. Call Chris Stewart, 205-823-2212, or online, guttercapbirmingham.com.
ESPN's Tom Luginbill. Yard work cannot start before 8 a.m., Luginbill. True or false?
Oh, that's definitely true. But I have one question. Are you in a different season than the rest of us are in? How are there any leaves on the roof yet?
This guy blows his leaves 365 days a year. It's crazy.
Where is he getting them?
I don't know. I think he's retired. He needs to go back to work.
Yeah. What if that's his small business?
This sounds like a mid-October, early November complaint.
Hey, Luginbill, when we used to do mornings, I was trying to sleep. I put earplugs in, taking a nap after, and he kept blowing those leaves. And so I pulled up to his house. I drove up, and I was like, hey, man. I was like, I'm on a weird schedule. How much longer are you going to be blowing your leaves? He's like, as long as it takes to blow them. I was like, okay.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, it was one of those. So I don't think he likes me.
Really?
But I've turned up by the pool, I've turned up like 90s hip-hop, very explicit, to like 70 before, and just walked off and gone in the house and just left it.
So that's the right thing to do.
Yeah. I got him.
If you're wondering how the backyard brawl started between the Hatfield and McCoys and West Virginia and Pitt, it's this right here. It's exactly how it all started.
Oh, speaking of the backyard brawl, better quarterback. I'm going to assume Slovis.
I think so. I'm actually not sold on either one of them, to be honest with you. There's obviously something missing with JT Daniels. If there wasn't, he would have stayed at USC, became the starter once again. He would have been the starter or played when healthy at Georgia. So something's missing. Something's not right. Now, I think Keaton Slovis is a really, really talented guy, but a couple of things I worry about with him. He's very streaky, and he's been injured a lot. And he was in an overly simplified offense at SC under Graham Harrell, who, by the way, now is the offensive coordinator at West Virginia. And now I think they're going to get a little bit more complex. He's not just going to be playing in the shotgun and playing in the air raid. So I'm kind of withholding judgment right now on both quarterbacks. I think Pitt is far and away the better team. They've got guys on defense that can flat out get it done, particularly in their defensive front. So until the quarterback emerges, I would go with Pitt here. I want to see Keaton Slovis prove it. I want to see JT Daniels prove it, but Pitt's got the better team.
I love your new setup there. Is that Will Muschamp over your left shoulder on the wall there?
That's me.
Oh, that's you?
Yeah, I have a picture of the guy I threw an interception to on my wall. That's it, guys. Yeah, that's what I got. That's what I got.
I'm kidding with you.
What else are we looking at? There's me and my dad.
Is that Joe Montana?
That's Georgia. That's me at Georgia Tech. That's Joe Montana. That's Tommy Maddox when he had a serial with the Pittsburgh Steelers that I coached in the year before in the XFL. That's my Jaws. Yeah. That's my Jaws box.
Hey, that might be the most iconic movie poster ever. The Jaws. That was the same cover for the Peter Benchley book. We had this question on the show last week. Most movie we've ever seen the most times, and mine's Jaws. I've seen Jaws probably 30, 40 times.
It's the best movie ever made.
It's one of, yeah, I don't disagree.
Oh, best movie
ever made. It's a top 5.
Movie. And by the way, I don't know if you know this, guys, and I'm actually a little upset. It's coming out in IMAX this weekend. Of all weekends, they're re-releasing it in IMAX. And, of course, college football starts. I mean, could they not have released it last weekend?
Yeah.
I mean, let's go.
Okay, I do want to, and this is off, and then we'll get back to college football. 50th anniversary is coming up in 2025 for the movie. Mm-hmm. You and I need to do a podcast on Jaws to celebrate the 50 years. Because I'm all in, because I know a bunch of weird facts about the movie behind the scenes. I'm sure you do too, but it is one of the greatest of all time.
Have you seen the 3-man play that Robert Shaw's son plays Robert Shaw's character?
Ooh, no, I have not.
And the whole entire play is done in the hole of the Orca.
Oh, wow.
I have not.
Yeah, you got to check that out.
Okay.
I haven't seen it, but it's got really, really good reviews.
Speaking of needing a bigger boat.
Oh, no.
God. James Franklin.
What?
James Franklin's defense at Penn State. Big challenge against Purdue. Manny Diaz being added to that program. What does it do for the Nittany Lions?
Well, I have them week 2, actually, too. So I've kind of started to do a little early prep on them. I'm not as worried about their defense as I am about their offensive line. Because I think Sean Clifford's got to stay upright. He's got to stay healthy if they're going to have a chance. Defensively, they're going to see a fairly one-dimensional football team. I had Purdue twice last year. Ironically, the 2 times they beat the number 2 team in the country in Michigan State and Iowa. But they couldn't run the football. And all they're going to do is throw it. They're going to throw it, and that's fine, and that's great. But I think that gives Penn State some opportunities to get creative and really tee off and come after Purdue, unless Jeff Brom decides he's going to try to run the football a little bit more effectively, try to get a little bit more balance. If I'm Penn State, if I know what's coming at me all the time, I know where the quarterback is, because Aiden O'Connell's a terrific passer, but he's not a runner. I think that Purdue not having maybe as much balance as far as run-to-pass ratio could potentially help Penn State here.
ESPN's Tom Luginbill with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. He will be on Georgia Tech and Clemson. So you'll see Luginbill's crew Monday night from Mercedes-Benz Stadium there in Atlanta. I want to talk about the game, though, before that one in Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta. I thought it was interesting yesterday when Kirby Smart was asked, or Monday, whenever it was, when Kirby was asked, about Dan Lanning not naming starting quarterback. He goes, "Look, I know who it is. I'm not worried about that." I don't know that he meant he wasn't worried about Bo Nix, but there's so much familiarity.
That's exactly what he meant.
Well, I mean, it might have been. It might have been. I mean, I think Bo Nix has to win that job, don't you?
Yeah, I think he's got to win the job, but he's also the one guy in that quarterback room that's got a significant amount of experience, and they don't have a lot of it with the other guys just yet. But, I think really what Kirby's trying to say, if you're going to read between the lines, is what you see is what you get with Bo Nix. We know exactly what we're going to get from him. He's talented. He's streaky. He's going to be careless with the ball. He's going to leave the pocket too early unnecessarily. That's just what he is. It's what he's shown us so far. And to me, he's just kind of been like this his whole career. He's up, down, and I don't think you can play the position that way and be successful long term. And I certainly don't think you're going to play the position that way when you're outmanned the way I believe Oregon is going to be from a personnel standpoint in comparison to Georgia. And on top of it, he's 0-3 versus Georgia.
Mm-hmm. Hey, so USC's got a cakewalk this week against Rice, but you and I have talked about this before. We talk about the problem is they've got a ton of skill. They're going to be able to score, especially with Lincoln Riley and Caleb Williams. But up front was where the question mark was. Dunaway brought this up the other day. This is fascinating. Pro Football Focus has USC as the third best offensive line in college football. I don't know where that came from because watching them last year, they were awful.
They've been awful the last 3 or 4 years, maybe 5 years. And, being somebody that grew up on the West Coast when SC was in their heyday, and, you looked at SC and they looked different, particularly up front. And for all the work that Lincoln Riley and that staff has done to kind of bring some glimmer back to the USC helmet, and they went out in the transfer portal and added a lot of really, really nice components. But to me, they're kind of at all of the wrong positions. SC is they got a long way to go. And I could be way, way off base, but I think I need to be proven. I need to be proven differently from the standpoint of this is what we've seen out of SC. They've become finesse. They've become a throw-it-only football team. And here's the thing. Lincoln Riley wants to run the football. He got kicked off the air raid train a long, long time ago. But they don't have anywhere near the offensive front that he was playing with during his tenure at Oklahoma. And then I'd make the argument that defensively they got the same problem. They don't know. They got the Blackman kid comes in on the transfer portal at corner. The rest of their secondary is a total guess. And then their defensive front, the best overall player on defense might be the Arizona State transfer, Eric Gentry, who's an edge rush guy that I think could potentially one day be a first-round draft choice if he gains weight. But aside from that, who are they playing with that's a difference maker? If you told me I could have SC's roster, I could have Utah's roster right now, even if I knew I got those skill guys for SC, I'm taking Utah's roster every single day of the week.
Speaking of Utah, sort of a prove-it game. Everyone's saying Utah could be a playoff contender. They're the better team in this matchup with Florida, but it's on the road, and there's expectations, and there's a national audience. Is there a chance Utah stubs their toe in Gainesville, or is their roster just so much better than Florida?
Well, I think you said something important there, Jim. They're the better team.
Right.
Now, that doesn't necessarily mean they're going to have better athletes on the field at all times. I think there's going to be some areas of Florida's roster that will be superior athletically. But just how far along has Florida come? Have they been able – Florida up front now, in their front seven, they return a lot of production of really highly touted players when they were recruited. Everybody recruited those guys. So it's not as if they're completely devoid of talent. But I think it's going to come down to Florida matching Utah's physicality, because Utah will beat you up front now. I mean, they bully people. And until we see Anthony Richardson actually perform to the level of the hype that I don't know how he's earned to this point, Cam Rising has proven it at Utah. So I think Utah has the quarterback advantage. Can they handle the crowd? Can they handle the humidity? I think that's another one. Humidity and heat are two different things. And will Florida be so significantly improved that their athleticism maybe overshadows some of the better team elements that Utah brings?
Hey, listen, I say a lot of dumbass things, but I told my friend the other day on the golf course, Anthony Richardson, I don't know, I'm getting a little Cam-like feel to him going into this year. And then Kyle Whittingham says the same thing in his news conference this week. Now, I know he's trying to set the table for his team to be fired up and control the guy. I was saying it just because – at moments he flashes. I don't expect a Cam-like season, but do you see any comparison of what Richardson can do at his peak to what Cam did in that magical year at Auburn?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think a lot of those similarities and comparisons are being made based off of just physical attributes, right? Size, stature, athleticism. But I think he also has to show us. He's got to show us that his production equates to his physical attributes. And because you hit the nail on the head, he showed flashes, he showed glimpses, but he couldn't take over the offense. He couldn't actually become the guy and take it away from Emory Jones. Until he does that and shows that he's a consistent guy week in and week out, then yeah, I like his athleticism, but I still probably are withholding judgment just a little bit, because I firmly believe quarterback play is about two things, guys. It's about accuracy and decision-making. You can be big, tall, strong-armed, fast. You can look the part the whole 9 yards. But the decisions you make and where you put the ball at the end of the day are paramount to everything else.
ESPN's Tom Luginbill, a few more moments on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. See him on the Monday night, Labor Day night game, Georgia Tech, Clemson. You were talking about quarterback play. TJ Finley has won the job at Auburn. What we've seen of him has not been impressive. Realistically, what could he have improved on with Brian Harsin and Eric Kiesau in the offseason?
I tell you, I don't know. And that's a great question, because he's had so many opportunities. And I'm not just talking about Auburn last year. You recall when Miles Brennan went down against Missouri in 2020, he got 5 starts and couldn't keep the thing. All right. Max Johnson then, ends the season, throws 8 touchdowns and 1 interception. In the finality of that year, TJ Finley goes in the transfer portal. Where, have we seen his ceiling already? I mean, if the ceiling's here, is his head up against it? Because he's another one of those guys. And we just kind of talked about this with Anthony Richardson, that he looks the part now. He's big, he's strong-armed, athletic, the whole 9 yards. I think the biggest thing that I would be concerned about is if we feel like we kind of know what he is. And listen, second year within the program, within the offense, I get all of that. But what does that say about the rest of the quarterback room? What does that say about Zach Calzada? What does that say about Robbie Ashford? Because I think Auburn has a chance to exceed some expectations, but they're going to have to get off to a really, really good start. A really good start, which means, in my opinion, TJ Finley has to be on fire in those first 4 weeks to give them a chance, because they're down the stretch. Schedule is just brutal.
I asked these guys this question yesterday. Better chance of playing for their conference championship, Kansas State or UCLA?
Holy smokes, that's hard. That's like trying to answer who's the third best team in the SEC. That's a hard question, too. I would probably say UCLA, because when DTR, Dorian Thompson-Robinson, is healthy, he's far more productive than Adrian Martinez is. Adrian Martinez has always been a talented guy that does two things. You put a quarter in, a turnover comes out. You put a quarter in, a turnover comes out. And then you combine that with injury, it's hard to be reliable under center. And that's one of the best coached football teams in America. Dynamic running back, of course, and Deuce Vaughn, going to be salty on defense. I don't trust that guy. I don't know about you guys. Now, do I necessarily trust DTR to stay healthy too? No, but when he is and he's playing, he's pretty dang good. So I'm going to go with UCLA by an eyelash.
Around the table, though, Brownie, nobody can watch this interview and not see Will Muschamp now over his shoulder.
I mean,
right?
I do.
I'm going to call him now. I'm going to text him and go, guys, what the heck is going on?
Yeah.
Do I look like Will Muschamp? I can't from this angle.
You don't. I mean, but
I've been told I look like Gus. I've had people come up to me and tell me that I look like Gus.
Gus Malzahn?
Yes.
That's nowhere close.
No way.
Isn't that weird? I don't know.
You look more like the
strange.
Disney Gus the kicking horse than you do Gus Malzahn.
Hey, by the way, you guys got to see this.
Oh, there's Quint.
That is fantastic.
Wow.
By the way,
spoiler.
Best character by far in the 1975 Classic.
Yeah.
I'll find him for 3, but I'll catch him and kill him for 10.
You have the best toys, man. We should all go play.
Oh, my toys are awesome. You want to see some more of my toys? Like my Batman Lego head?
We should go over to Luginbill's house to play. Can we come over later and have snackables?
Yeah, you guys can come on over. We'll play cards.
Is the Mandalorian thing a Lego too?
Yeah, right here. You can see that. Well, I must have a wide background. So that's the Mandalorian thing. And then let's see what else we got. Here's me with Jerry Jones when I used to work for the Cowboys.
Did you ever get in his hot tub?
What?
Did you ever get in Jerry Jones' hot tub?
No answer.
No.
Not enough chlorine, right?
Yep. Last time you had a tetanus shot.
Yeah.
All right, he's ESPN's Tom Luginbill. Watch him Monday night, Labor Day night.
I missed you.
It is Georgia Tech.
I miss you guys too.
Yep. Thank you, Luke. Have fun, man. Always good.
Have a good one.
All right,
Luke
Luginbill with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
God, love talking to that guy.
Well, he brought up a question I need to ask.
Okay.
I know we got business to do here.
Yeah, well, tell us first of all about Simpio, and then Brown's going to ask us a question.
Yeah, speaking of business, one of the first phone calls we made here on the next round was to our friend Blake at Simpio, because Simpio is going to take care of all the BS in every single office. When a business joins Simpio, they take care of the 4 pillars: compliance, HR, payroll, and benefits. When your company joins Simpio, you gain access to healthcare and employer benefits at prices only large organizations get. On average, Simpio is saving companies of all sizes and industries over 18% net of their fees. You can join Simpio any time of year, no annual contract. With that being said, Simpio has a 99% retention rate. Call Blake and the guys today, 205-635-7467, or go online, Simpio.com.
So when you ask Luginbill about Penn State needing a bigger boat, and he's like, I've already started looking at them because I got them week 2. I'm thinking, wait a minute, the Auburn game's week 3. Have I missed them playing a good team between Purdue and Auburn? So I'll look at their schedule. Am I missing something here? It's Penn State, Ohio, 11 o'clock ABC kick. It is on main ABC. Penn State, Ohio is Ohio. And I looked at Ohio. They're at home against FAU. They're catching 3 at home. Because, I mean, that's important, because if they lose the Purdue game, if Ohio is a decent team, that's what I'm asking. Are they?
You know Frank Solich. He's still not there, right?
I think he retired. But is Ohio? Am I missing something there? Is that a losable game for Penn State?
No. I think you sort of watered down the schedule for week 1. I didn't want to play this fast forward ahead. You're gonna hate week 2.
Okay. No, I'm gonna love it. I just want better games. But I was a little surprised that's a noon ABC kick, and Luginbill's got the game. I'm like, is Ohio a little better than I thought?
Yeah, they were 3-9 last year, and
they're an underdog at home to FAU to start the year.
Tim Albin coming back for his second year. I mean, I don't get that at all.
All right, well,
is the second week that bad?
It's not good. I mean, Alabama, Texas is the big noon kickoff.
Well, I got a late invite, so I might.
Baylor BYU is your best game of the week,
and that's 9:15.
It's a late game, yeah.
So 2:30 to 9:15. Well, let's put it this way: Fowler and Herbstreit will be at USC Stanford on the farm. That's all. That's all you need to know.
I'm just telling you, that's gonna be a good game.
It's not really the road to the college football playoffs.
But might be a close game.
It doesn't go through Fanville, let me tell you.
Oh, I like their new commercials.
I do too.
I haven't seen one with Bryce yet, though. Have you guys?
Yeah.
Okay,
He's selling foam fingers.
Okay, I hadn't seen it.
Foam Finger Warehouse.
Yeah.
My favorite, have you seen the one where the Boz puts the sign in the yard? He goes, "You're in tech country now."
I hate tech.
I hate tech. The Boz just walks away because it's all about expansion.
Realignment.
Their commercials are
great.
fantastic.
Yeah. It is the best campaign they've ever done. I can't believe people like the other obnoxious guy.
Oh, no. Fansville's way better than
Larry Culpepper?
Yeah. No, Fanville is much better.
Way better.
Because the storylines can change. Yeah. Larry Culpepper was a one-trick pony.
You're in tech country now.
Yeah. I hate tech.
I hate tech.
Yeah. Did you just fan-splain me?
I'm sorry, I was out of bounds. That's when the runner crosses. So good.
I love football. All right, when we come back, let's hear some sound. Forsher's got some great sound for us. Locally, Lou Holtz taking a shot at Brian Kelly.
Come on, Lou. Jealous of that.
I'll let you make the call whether Brian Kelly's out of bounds or not here. Lou Holtz did win a national championship. That's coming up. Part of the show today being brought to you by Cowan Equipment. They have our poll questions out there. Maybe that'll be a poll question. Was Brian Kelly out of line? We'll let you hear from Lou Holtz coming up. Cowan Equipment always keeps you in line.
Yeah, if you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from their rental fleet for sale now. Visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 800-239-COWAN for more information.
Follow LT on Twitter @TheLanceTaylor.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Did you know that many professional athletes have their shoes custom fitted to their feet? At New Balance Birmingham, we think everyone should have perfect fitting shoes. So our in-store fit specialists take precise measurements to determine your foot size, shape, and gait before matching you with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. It's our friends at Hydra Live Therapy. IV therapy treatments are packed with nutrients to increase energy, reduce stress and anxiety, and boost your immune system, and more. If you mention the Next Round at checkout, save 20% off any service. You can join the IV League today. Members are rewarded with deep discounts. Make sure you ask about that. Hydra Life Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone. If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
In a word, it's chaos.
You'll have to see it to believe it. Whoever said that must have been talking about Talladega. It's a place where chaos mixes with speed, where a town turns into a city, and a weekend becomes a lifetime of memories. It's a tradition like no other.
What a wild finish.
NASCAR Playoffs Weekend at Talladega Superspeedway, October 1st and 2nd.
Bubba Wallace, the winner at Talladega.
Get your tickets now at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,499. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
After years searching for a classic jacket that was functional in the field and the city, Tom Beckby couldn't find one he liked, so he decided to make his own. Since designing that first jacket in 2015, Tom Beckby has continued to draw inspiration from natural settings to produce classic outdoor equipment with time-tested rugged materials. Visit the brand new Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village, a local business with the goal of outfitting you for the outdoors here in Alabama and wherever the road takes you. Mountain Brook Village or online TomBeckby.com. That's Tom, BECKBE.com.
Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show. And get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Sound of the day being brought to you by our friends at Bromberg's. Rockstar, as LT tells us about Bromberg's, will you give me cut 11? Cut 11 here. We'll hear from Lou Holtz.
Family owned and operated since 1836. If you're in the market to pop the question, Bromberg's, our friends there, they are your diamond specialists. They have established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Go check out that great watch selection as well. Bromberg's, they've got an extensive giftware department to service the registry of brides and grooms in the Birmingham area. Nothing like giving or getting that silver box. Go see our friends at Bromberg's, 2 locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. For more information, brombergs.com.
Lou Holtz won a national championship at Notre Dame, right? So he
remember that.
He loves Notre Dame.
Okay.
Loves Notre Dame. So that's a disclaimer, too, with what he's about to say, because Brian Kelly left Notre Dame to go to LSU. But Lou does a lot of charity events, gives back to great causes. He was doing that. Our friends at ABC 3340 gives us this sound from Lou Holtz when asked about Brian Kelly leaving Notre Dame and going to LSU.
I write Brian Kelly maybe 8 positive letters during his time at Notre Dame. And I go to the mailbox every day hoping I'm going to find an answer. He never responded to one of them. So, but that's his choice. I answered every letter that came into Notre Dame. When you get a nasty letter, you write, Dear Jim. Just thought you ought to know that some idiot's writing this letter, signing your name, and hurt your reputation. I'd find out who it is and put a stop to it. But Brian Kelly didn't believe in that. And I'm sure he'll be very successful at LSU. He's been everywhere. But he's going to find out he's not going to be playing Toledo. He's not going to be playing Marshall. This conference is a little bit different.
Wow. So he ends with a shot at Notre Dame.
He does. The Notre Dame schedule, yeah.
Look, I mean, if that is true, if he sent him 3 letters.
Eight letters.
Yeah, you have to respond.
Yeah, I mean, he's Lou Holtz. I mean, you don't.
Yeah,
Lou says he responded to every letter that he got at Notre Dame. I mean, secretaries respond. You know, I've gotten a letter back from Nick Saban that I know Nick didn't write.
Yeah, Coach,
I will tell you
to sign this.
Brian Kelly seems like a dick. I mean, he just does.
Yeah. What's your true feeling, though?
Yeah, no, I think he's a great coach. I think he's a better coach than Lou Holtz, actually.
Well, you know, Milkman says, did Brownie say Lou Holtz is jealous of Brian Kelly? Come on. My point in that was, and I don't mean that Lou Holtz isn't a successful coach. He is. And that was probably not the right comment for me to say, but Brian Kelly did end up being the winningest coach in Notre Dame history. That was the root of me saying that, is that, you know, for Lou, if there is any jealousy at all, it would be that Brian Kelly ended up with a better record at Lou Holtz. Now, Lou Holtz won the national championship, different time, different game then.
Not sure I put Brian Kelly doesn't make my Mount Rushmore of Notre Dame coaches.
Really?
And Lou Holtz does?
Lou Holtz does?
Yeah, I mean, real easy. I mean,
easy?
Lou Holtz is 4th. Is it 4 on Mount Rushmore?
Yes.
Lou Holtz is 4th on Mount
Jalen
Rushmore.
Rose.
You have Newt Rockne, Dan Devine, Ara Parseghian, and Lou Holtz.
What did Ara Parseghian do? He won a national championship, right?
I think he won 2.
Okay, I'll look it up.
He won 2.
He won 1.
I think he won 2.
What did Dan Devine do?
I think he won a couple national championships.
I don't know if Devine did. I know Parseghian won 2.
Because Ara Parseghian is who Matt Crusoe says is the best coach in college football history. I can't even say it without laughing. Yeah, he won 2, 66 and 73. That 66 one was tainted. Dunaway Bama should have won it.
Was that the lost ring, or was that another one?
That was the lost ring. I mean, but Ara Parseghian was
you
good.
Ever lost a ring, Dunaway?
And you guys forget, and you know, and it's because of your age. But Lou Holtz had Arkansas as a national contender, national championship contender before he was at Notre Dame.
Well, so did Bobby Petrino.
I mean, Dan Devine coached at Notre Dame 6 years, Dunaway. I don't see. I mean, he won a national championship, but he coached there 6 years. You're going to put him in front of Brian Kelly, the winningest coach in Notre Dame history? I don't.
Yeah.
And I sure don't put Lou Holtz in front of Brian Kelly. Brian Kelly's a better coach.
Hey, what that said, did you read
Brian Kelly is behind. I'll put him behind Ara Parseghian and Newt Rockne. I'll put Brian Kelly number 3.
Well, I'm not even sure I'm going the right Notre Dame coach with Dan Devine. There's so
Dan
many.
Devine.
Is there another one?
Another what? Notre Dame coach? Yeah, there's a lot of them.
No, it was. I mean, other than Gary Mueller or anybody else.
Hey,
I mean,
how many did Newt Rockne win?
Well, hang on. Y'all are going to give me. Y'all are asking.
Yeah, Frank Leahy is who I'm looking for. Thank you, Jeremy.
All right, let me check Frank Leahy's era here. Jimmy D.
As you do that, let me bring up one
ahead.
point with Lou Holtz. Did you read anything into him saying that when he used to get negative letters, do you think the letters he was sending Brian Kelly were constructive
No, he said
criticism?
positive.
He said 8 positive letters.
Okay.
I sent him 8.
Okay.
He didn't. I mean, he may have wrote him every week, and 8 of them were positive. I mean,
that's what Ryan Gosling did in your favorite movie, right?
Yeah, his Notebook.
How'd that work out for him?
Nobody ever read the letters. That mom was intercepting them.
Frank Leahy won 4 national championships. I mean, we're talking World War II era. Did they inflate the football the same way then? I mean, my God, it's just, we're really going to compare a World War II era coach to Brian Kelly?
Listen, I'm not here to bury Brian Kelly. I'm just saying just because he won more games doesn't mean he was a better coach, because we play more games now. I mean, there was a time in history that it would take 2 seasons to play 15 games.
Yeah. I would put him in front of Lou Holtz, but that's me personally. Brian Kelly is a championship-level coach, as is Lou Holtz. I mean, I don't know how you separate the two.
Well, I mean, one has won championships and one has not.
No, Brian Kelly has.
I think
Brian Kelly's a national champion coach.
It is much more difficult to win national championships now.
Yeah, I think Brian Kelly won. He won 2 at Grand Valley State.
Yeah. Oh, so we can't do World War II major college football. We can do Grand Valley State.
That was a really good. That was actually a really good.
You know what?
As I was saying it, I was like, I hope Dunaway's not paying attention.
I bet those Grand Valley State teams would have beat those World War II teams.
Oh yeah. I'm sure, because nothing good ever happened after or before 1980.
Well, it's College Game Day might be tipping their hand here.
On where they're going in week 2?
Yeah, where do you think they're going in week 2?
Probably the Ohio Penn State game, right?
I mean, chances are pretty good they're in Austin.
That's what they're looking
for Alabama and Texas.
I would think. I mean, it's not a great schedule, as you pointed out, but it's also a Fox game, so a lot of people think they shun those now.
Yeah.
They've just sent out game day in Texas is different, and a little video from the LSU Texas game day.
Yeah.
That's all they said. So.
Yeah. So I mean, it's Alabama and Texas.
Thanks to Matt Smith for pointing that out to us. Yeah.
It's Alabama, Texas.
No, I agree. If I'm game day, that's where I go.
Yeah.
And they actually teased it. If you were paying attention on the week 0 game day, I think Herb Street I don't think it was a slip up. I think it was an inside joke about something came up about Alabama and Texas. He goes, "Oh, we might be there in week 2. I don't want to say it yet."
Yeah. And then the flight from Austin on Wheels Up to the farm. Plenty of time to get there from 11 to the 6:30 game.
I'm already halfway across the country.
Hey, I did check with our friend Chip Brown on places we could broadcast next Friday from.
Oh, look, it's alive. It's alive, Rockstar.
Let's go. We got to check out today.
What did Chip say?
Wait, Rockstar, can you pull up?
My only problem is flights are so difficult.
No, we can ride. Let's go, man.
I'll drive.
I'll drive.
I'll drive.
What is that drive to Austin?
Let's get the grind on.
Oh, my God. It's got to at least be 12 hours.
And we can't leave until 1 o'clock because our show's done at 1 Thursday. And it's 12 hours, so we get in at 1 in the morning, then got to do a Friday show.
I'll drive the entire way. Can you pull up that concert schedule real quick?
What concert schedule?
Jim Dunaway's already looked ahead
to
what's going on. Y'all don't look. Rockstar, okay. We can see it.
Right,
Make it to where we can't see it.
I will say if
I'm not looking, don't look.
Okay, if the Colt is playing.
So this is an Austin concert, is what you're telling me. The Friday night before the Bama game?
concert, Friday night before the Alabama game.
Right.
I'll go Scorpions in excess.
So you're saying if the Colt Scorpions are in excess, you will go?
Yeah.
Okay, no, I think this is Dunaway.
So September 9th, where are the...
They're going to play to Alabama fans, and they're going to go country genre.
No.
Rockstar, would you unveil who's...
I'll take a Matchbox 20, too.
Friday night, September 9th at the Moody Center in Austin, Texas. Who's playing?
No.
K to the I to the double L.
The Killers?
The Killers in concert the night before the Alabama game in Austin,
Click
Texas.
On tickets. How much are tickets?
We don't need to go to the game.
Dunaway, how are you not there?
Click over there on tickets, Rockstar. Let's see what we're looking at there for Jimmy D to go see this.
Well,
I'll be at the bar next door.
Oh, Dunaway, you can get in for $86.
Yes. I'll need those. I need the floor. Thank you.
All right, click on floor. Let's see what we're looking at there. Oh, $289. That's not awful.
That's 2 seats, though.
Each.
You don't have Brown with you?
I ain't paying $289 to see the Killers.
Chris Stewart will go with me.
Yeah.
He loves
Put on my blue suede
Not that Chris Stewart.
Different Chris
Alabama
Stewart.
voice Chris Stewart. He'll go with me.
I'll be with JP next door at the bar.
I mean, how rare is it for your football team, your favorite football team, Alabama, and your favorite band to be playing the same venue on back-to-back nights?
I don't know if Forrester will do this, but turn his mic on. Forrester, what are the Killers doing the Friday night before?
They're going to bless the mood.
Bless the mood.
Y'all got to sing with me. Ain't nobody
Bless
singing.
the mood.
Bless the mood.
Good one, Forrester.
I can't leave Thursday anyway. Rams Bills.
Oh, my God.
You got me so excited.
Rams Bills.
Rams Bills. Now, if anybody, I will throw this out. If anybody happens to be flying private, you got 3 extra seats.
And we need equipment. We got to have equipment.
Why don't
we
we
don't
leave?
want to go Aaliyah and weigh the plane down.
Why don't we?
Bad ending.
Terrible.
Why don't we leave Wednesday? Get there Thursday.
Hell,
Do the
why
show.
don't y'all leave tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, you've got nothing in your house. A couple of dogs you can board, apparently.
We got Caroline or Carolyn, whatever.
We're talking to Jimmy Batchelor here. He is willing to do anything right now.
I'm just saying that a trip to Austin, Texas, we could watch at a nice Austin bar, watch the Rams and Bills
That guy
game.
out in public watching the Rams? Have you watched the Rams with him?
No, I watch it in my hotel room. That's fine.
Yeah.
I'm not watching it out with him. I don't want the looks.
Okay, you and I can go out. We'll catch
I'll
Rams
tell you,
and
man,
Bills.
I'll be a little more relaxed on this because I don't have a huge expectation the Rams win this game. I think it's going to be a great game. Again, I think the Bills are the best team in football. And, talking to Teddy last night, I'm kind of content right now at this moment in time with the Rams winning a championship. Now, I probably won't be like that in November.
Ooh, pretty good suggestion from Zach. We do a little contest on Pick'em this weekend. And the loser pays for the other two to fly private.
I don't know if you've checked on how much private is.
Yeah,
Dunaway's already offered the drive twice the whole way.
Well, you know what? If Dunaway ever won the lottery, he's one of those 1 in 3 that goes broke. I mean, he's just spending money today.
I forgot all about that, Sam.
What, the birthday party?
My favorite NFL team plays Dallas on Sunday.
What are Austin and Dallas, like 2 hours?
Oh, but that's this Sunday. No, it is that Sunday.
Yeah.
Hands back on it. So you got Killers Friday night, Bama, Texas Saturday, Tampa, Dallas on Sunday.
And you can take me to heaven on Monday.
I know. Lord, come get me now.
Is heaven going to be any better?
I mean, Dunaway, why don't you just go?
tears.
Why don't you just go? I mean, you do some hits with us. We'll find a place for you to join us. No joke.
I'll tell you what would happen if Dunaway plans this out. So one of the dudes from the Killers ODs, they have to call the show off.
Wow, here we go.
Weather delay at the Alabama game.
Alabama weather delay and Alabama loses.
I know.
And then the Cowboys run the Bucks off the field.
Brady blows an ACL, ends his career in the first game.
Hey, I did see, and you're not going to be surprised at this, oldest team in the NFL, Tampa. I mean, it's official. I know we've said it, but the numbers have come in now that everybody's made their cuts.
Yeah.
Tampa, oldest team in the NFL.
Well, I mean,
it's going to be ACL after ACL for you guys.
I think Julio Jones comes in at the average age of the Buccaneers.
He's a young dude.
See, Brett from New Mexico, I got room for you three in my truck. Brett, that is very nice.
Yeah,
I appreciate it, but
you don't have that much room, Brett.
I'm just I'm not interested in driving to Austin or riding.
Well, why don't you, seriously, you go. We can do the show. You join us via video. It'll be a good thing for the show.
Yeah, I agree. I'll take the corporate credit card and I'll make it like LT's
away.
trip to Chicago.
Fire away. I'm all for it.
That was totally different.
I'm all for it.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'll do interviews. I'll find me a witch.
Trip
I
says-
know your addresses.
Trip says, I love LT. I love LT, who bunked at the Waldorf Astoria Hotel, getting on Dunaway about spending
I
cash.
got a good rate at the Waldorf. I did.
I saved
And I didn't want to go on that trip. Dunaway wants to go on this trip.
Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Way to Wellness. It is time for you guys to start thinking about, how let me put this into perspective for you. Way to Wellness. I just read a story today that the biggest drop in life expectancy in America since World War II the last 2 years.
Wow.
Yeah, our life expectancy as Americans have gone down the last 2 years. In 2019, we were living to 78 years, 10 months on average, or as we like to call it, the Buccaneers roster. Now, 76 years, 1 month life expectancy
Going
as
backwards.
Americans.
Population control.
Yeah, little bit of that could be
Chemtrails from the plains.
blood pressure, cholesterol, that kind of stuff. Get it all in check. Lose a little weight. Way to Wellness at planforme.com. They've helped me. Go to the website at planforme.com. First of all, no contracts. If you start it, you don't like it, boom, you can drop it, done. Don't have to pay a whole year or something in advance. No contracts, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is free. Check them out. Way to Wellness. Stop being the round guy at the pool. Be the in-shape guy with the swimmer's body or the soccer body next year. Get in shape right now. Way to Wellness, planforme.com. Way to Wellness. Check them out. Looking forward to Auburn and seeing what TJ Finley looks like. Cut 3, Rockstar. Cut number 3, TJ Finley. It's fair to say people have been critical about TJ Finley being named the starting quarterback. Here's what TJ Finley says about the critics who are already saying, God, I don't like Auburn's quarterback.
What guys don't understand is last year was my second year playing college football, and I think a lot of other quarterbacks are granted the opportunity to wait till their later their junior year and early their senior year to be able to play and blossom and really show what they've become. But I've been thrown into the fire since I was 18 years old. So, all the stuff that has been said that, he's not developed and stuff like that, like, we got guys that are rookies in the league that are 25 years old. Like, let's give it some time and let's see, where it's going to take off from there. But, just every little part of my game, I think, has went to another level.
Fair or unfair? What do you say?
Well, yeah, I think it's somewhat fair. Again, I haven't seen improvement from TJ Finley year one to what we saw with TJ Finley last year on the Plains. He's got to have a chip on his shoulder, though.
Well, I think you can hear it right there that he does. I think I would disagree with him in this, and I'm not saying this is right. I think what TJ Finley is saying is probably the way it should be, but I think anymore you're not given that time.
Yeah.
I think we expect guys to come in and be great right away. When they're great in high school or they have a great freshman year, we just expect them to be phenomenal, and that's the expectations we have in this day and age. Not saying it's right. TJ's probably got what the perspective should be, but I don't think that's the perspective anymore.
Yeah, and you are pushed quicker and quicker to being the starter, and you're judged immediately on how you perform. But there is potential for him to be better. The problem is I'm more worried about the roster around him than I am for TJ Finley. Maybe if he had a roster like that's in Athens or in Tuscaloosa, he could look very good at quarterback. Yeah. He doesn't have that at Auburn, and I think that could add to the problems we'll see at Auburn this year. Mercer in the opener coming up this weekend. And later on in the show, we'll hear from Brian Harsin as the Tigers get ready for that big game. And when something's not running right, flowing right, or draining right, our friends at Hemp Hill want to help you out. They bring you the lock every day. The lock getting to football season starting tomorrow. You can get a great deal right now at lanceslock.com. Always a great deal with Adam, Chad, and the folks at Hemp Hill. They fix it. They fix it right. They fix it the first time. Hemp Hill Services. For all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham's trusted since 1954, Hemp Hill. Call them now, 205-229-2090, 229-2090, or just remember the name Hemp Hill.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Holly Mack Wilson just sold the Johnsons a new home. Not a house, a home. She helped them put a swing in the backyard, helped move the grill to the back patio, and watched as the Johnsons put their great-grandmother's piano in the foyer. A house is a dwelling. A home is a place filled with love and memories. Call Holly Mack Wilson, your Tuscaloosa Keller Williams Realtor, 205-901-9446, or check out our website, hollymackhomes.com, and let Holly Mack Wilson help you find your dream home where you can make your own memories. Summer means cookouts and spending time with the family and friends in the backyard. Ryan Brown here. Nothing can ruin a party like mosquitoes. Wayne's environmentally safe Mosquito Plus solution safely and effectively eliminates mosquitoes. Plus, they provide protection against fleas and ticks, helping keep your outdoor entertainment spaces safe, comfortable, and pest-free for your family and your four-legged family members. Wayne's has turned my backyard oasis into my happy place. They can do the same for you. Give them a call, 866-WAYNES1, or callwaynes.com.
Guys, let's talk about the new season. Dove season is here, and the team at Nichols Outfitters is ready to get you ready for the hunt. 12, 20, and 28 gauge shotgun shells are in stock, and all the brands that you trust. Demand is at an all-time high, so we encourage you to drop by soon to stock up for the season. And of course, while you're there, check out our amazing selection of the finest shotguns in one of Alabama's largest showrooms. The staff is excited to be back out on the hunt, so drop by soon. Nichols Outfitters off exit 242 in Pelham or online at nicholsoutfitters.com.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
Scott Powell, the executive director of the Alabama Head Injury Foundation.
The number of brain injuries in the state has increased every year from the previous year. There are about 4,100 new brain injuries every year in the state of Alabama that require an overnight hospital stay.
If you'd like to help out, please give us that information.
You can head to our website at ahif.org, and we are very thankful for any support that anyone can give.
It's the Alabama Head Injury Foundation, from Huntsville to Mobile, wherever you watch us in the state. Great work, Scott. Thanks for being with us.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Rockstar's viewing menu in a second. But Rockstar, before you tell us about your guy, Adam Mestre, everyone raving about Mike Wright, the quarterback for Vandy, who leads the nation in scoring until tomorrow night, maybe even past tomorrow night. But he clocked in one of his runs in the Hawaii game, Vandy sent this out yesterday, 21.8 miles per hour, which would have been the sixth fastest play in the NFL last year. Derrick Henry had a 21.8 mile per hour run, which is amazing at that size.
At that size?
Yeah.
Jeez.
So Mike Wright got it going last week.
And that was a great win for Vandy. I mean, they don't get a lot of those, as Buster Olney told us yesterday. And I'm excited for them, but I do want to tap the brakes on Mike Wright. I mean, that was Hawaii's defense.
Oh, it was.
But he's still speed is speed.
And speed is speed.
And watching him, he's a great athlete. He's got to refine the accuracy a little bit. And against SEC defenses, I agree, he's not going to have nearly the ease that he had against that Hawaii defense on Saturday night. But still, man, 601 yards of offense, for them to score 63 points, for him to go over 300 total yards, he was impressive.
That's why you play a week 0 game. A lot of love for Vandy for 1 week, and it'll all go away here starting tomorrow night. Rockstar's guys never going away.
It's Adam Mestre who never goes away. Of the almost 4,000 agents in the Birmingham area that have recorded a sale in 2022, he is in the top 8% of those agents. Adam is a third-generation realtor born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you, why rent when you can buy? Because buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make. You make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
Interesting question from Will for you guys. If TJ Finley and Stetson Bennett have the same stats end of the year, what is Auburn's record?
That was the point I was trying to make on people around TJ Finley. If they have the same stats at the end of the year.
Let me just give you Stetson stats from last year. Okay. You want to go on those?
National championship stats, yes.
64.5% completion percentage for 2,862 yards, 29 touchdowns, 7 picks.
Auburn's record is 7-5 or 8-4.
9-3.
I was going to go 9-3 or 8-4.
TJ Finley is a career 54%
Yeah, I mean, that would be
guy.
10% over his career, 28.62. Auburn's going to need to run the ball really well if you're only throwing for 28.62. That would be the problem with his matching Stetson Bennett's numbers. I mean, Tank Bigsby's a really good back, but your offensive line's got to be really good, and you're going to have to be able to run the ball well to survive on 2,800 pass yards.
Yeah. But I do think if he puts up Stetson Bennett-like numbers, they would get off to a 5-0 start and then, sort of set the table to have some chances down the stretch.
Yeah, and I mean, if he gets comfortable, defense can carry him. You've got Tank, you got Jarquez. I mean, you've got really good running backs back there. Somebody asked me last night at the English pub we were at, if he wins 9 games or 10 games, is he safe? And I'm like, he should be.
Well, he may leave for another job at that point. Yeah. I mean, he may not be Auburn's coach, but I don't think he's getting fired.
Because he doesn't have a 9 or 10 win roster, is your point.
He doesn't have that roster, and he has got a schedule that is brutal.
Viewing menu brought to you every day by our friends at New Life Art with a new print that's out.
Yeah, just in. Pleased to announce Daniel A. Moore's newest masterwork, The Legacy Begins. This watercolor painting pays homage to Alabama's first national championship back in 1925, played against the Washington Huskies at the storied Rose Bowl in Pasadena. The Legacy Begins is offered in multiple formats. For more information, danielmooreart.com.
8 p.m. on Access TV, PJ20. You guys have seen it?
I have not.
No.
Pearl Jam 20.
Oh.
Directed by Cameron Crowe. Showcases all. They're from 1990 to 2011. Now they're 31 years old. It's crazy that they're still going. Still touring. U.S. tours, really hard to get.
So is this like concert video, behind-the-scenes type stuff?
Everything. Like Vedder and Jeff Ament have chronicled everything. They've got videotape. They've got merchandise they've held on. They had a museum in Seattle for a while where you have like the green shirt that Vedder wore all the time and everything in Lollapalooza and Pink Pop and everything. So it's a really good. Cameron Crowe directed it. It's really, really good. I encourage people to watch it, starting from Mother Love Bone to the loss of Andrew Wood to get Eddie Vedder to audition for them.
Did they talk about the Mookie Blaylocks?
Yeah. They said that Mookie was going to sue him because they were going to be called Mookie Blaylock.
He's got bigger issues right now.
Yeah. He's threatened to sue them because they were with Alice in Chains at the time, and they said that we got threatened to be sued by Mookie, so we will be called Pearl Jam from now on. And then 9 p.m. on TLC, which stands for?
The Learning Channel.
They got shows about pimples, shows about skin. I Hate My Skin, where they do, like, remove stuff. They got feet. So what would be next?
Hands.
Butts.
Balls.
Why don't you take pants off?
Yeah. My balls was hot.
I understand.
Bad Hair Day premieres tonight. A woman's body hair causes oozing sores, and she prays that Dr. Mina can help. Eric uses his long hair to hide a lymphoma that he hopes Dr. Isha can remove. So we got a new show called Bad Hair Day.
Full hour?
I'm never going to watch that hot garbage network that is TLC with the stuff that they're showing. But is it impossible to have, like, food advertisers on there?
Probably so.
Yeah,
I mean,
you don't want to go from
that.
Dr. Pimple Popper to Pizza Hut rolling out.
New Hot Pockets out.
Yeah, Totino's Pizza Rolls. They burst in your mouth.
Yeah, I mean, I would make sure if I was, one of these agencies, that, look, we're not going to be on TLC.
Yeah. I would call, God, I can't remember anybody's name, the guy with the glasses.
Harry Crane.
Harry Crane. I'd call Harry.
There's a lot of people with glasses.
No, he's talking Madman. Go ahead and ding it.
Harry Crane from TV, and to say, don't make us on that show. That's what Rockstars are watching, brought to you by our friends at New Life Art.
Yeah, again, for more information, 40 years of great prints, go to danielmooreart.com.
All right, top of the hour when we come back. Our spotlight today, Sneaky Good Game. Sneaky Good Game. And if you're seeing the buzz on social media, wouldn't be a shock, but Brownie thinks Game Day's tipping their hand on Alabama, Texas next week in Austin. They're in Columbus for Notre Dame and Ohio State this weekend. The season starts tomorrow night with the first full weekend. And don't forget, UAB opening up downtown. Samford is at home as well. As the season gets going locally here, it is football season on the next round.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Banking is not just about your money. It's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Brian Brown here from the next round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you. so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA. By now, you know I love the game of golf and getting on the golf course as much as I can. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Simply put, Ballantrae Golf Club in Pelham is one of the best public golf courses I have ever played. It's always in fantastic condition. The people out there are so friendly. They just treat you like family. They're happy you're there. And the pace of play, they keep it moving. Those are all things that are important to me. See them for yourself. 620-GOLF, 620-4653 to make a tee time in Ballantrae. Also improve your game with a professional staff of Hal Brown, Jerry Applegate, Jay Chambers, all great teachers for Ballantrae Golf Club, just off I-65 in Pelham.
What are you waiting for? It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. And try your luck on our popular sports parlay. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 in Hoover with walk-ons.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. It's our friends at HydroLive. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service. HydroLive's got 3 locations, Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantsstore.com and follow the Pants Store on social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, this is where your daughters and wife want to shop because of all the in-style fashions made especially for them. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn.
In a word, it's chaos.
You'll have to see it to believe it. Whoever said that must have been talking about Talladega. It's a place where chaos mixes with speed, where a town turns into a city, and a weekend becomes a lifetime of memories. It's a tradition like no other.
What a wild finish.
NASCAR Playoffs Weekend at Talladega Superspeedway, October 1st and 2nd.
Bubba Wallace, the winner at Talladega.
Get your tickets now at TalladagaSuperspeedway.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, we're going to get to some sneaky good games this weekend. And I did see, I think it's called something with a 12. It's like it's a podcast. Kevin Sumlin was on it last night.
Field of 12.
Field of 12.
They
yes.
do Field of 68. Excuse me.
For basketball, yeah.
Field of 68 in basketball, Field of 12 in football.
Yeah, so I saw it last night.
They're projecting a 12-man playoff.
I only saw the headline. I didn't click on it, but they called Utah, Florida sneaky good game. That's my number one game to watch this weekend.
It's not
the best game of the weekend.
Yeah, that's like I've got Utah, Florida, Arkansas, Cincinnati, then Notre Dame, Ohio State on my games I'm interested in watching this weekend. That's not sneaky good at all. That's must-see TV for me this weekend. That's how big that game is.
That sneaky Utah-Florida game they've got over on ESPN.
Yeah.
Generally.
We're going to give you some sneaky good games to watch this weekend. But first, Brownie, I'm going to give him one more swallow there. He's going to tell us about the great folks at Wayne's. Best offer they've ever offered you, our viewers.
You don't want a rodent infestation. Pure and simple. Nobody's going to argue that one, right? Your attics, your crawl spaces, those are key places where you can get a rodent infestation. You never know they're there until they're everywhere. Wayne's takes care of that. They've got a thing called Smart Pest. It is earth-shattering, groundbreaking, state-of-the-art. It monitors 24/7 for rodents. The minute it spots one, it proactively communicates to Wayne's. They send out an exterminator to take care of it. You never get an infestation. Here's what you are going to do, though. You're going to call 866-WAYNES-1. It's all you have to do here, 866-WAYNES-1. Wayne's is family to us. We love them. They love you. They want you to save $100 off your initial Smart Pest service when you use the code TNR for the next round. TNR, $100 off the initial Smart Pest, 866-WAYNES-1.
And as always, this hour of the show brought to you by our friends at Champy's Chicken. Let's run through a couple of headlines that's out there for you, brought to you by Champy's. The Big 12 entering early into negotiations with ESPN and Fox for new media rights deal that wasn't supposed to open up for 2 years till 2024, but now they're already working on the deal to try to maybe get a leg up on the Pac-12. Right now, first blush, do you think Big 12 in better situation or Pac-12 when it comes to future media rights and staying a conference?
Well, I was leaning Big 12 to begin with, and now that you've got this report that Fox and ESPN are open to talks, again, you've got more tangible numbers to deal with when it comes to a television contract. So to me, it's not even close. It's Big 12.
Yeah, I was leaning Big 12 like Lance already. I think you can start digging the hole for the Pac-12.
More college football in a moment. When it comes to the NFL, interesting. I mentioned Sony Michel on his way to the Chargers, it looks like, meeting with them today. O.J. Howard, who got cut by the Bills, not on the waiver wire long. Our buddy Ian Rappaport reporting that Cincinnati hosting O.J. Howard today, expected to sign him if the physical goes right today.
Well, it's surprising to me he has not had a better NFL career. Watching that guy at Alabama in a time where the NFL was shifting towards that type of tight end, with Travis Kelce and people like that, and Gronk, I'm surprised he hasn't had a better career.
You just wonder. I mean, look, you hate to call out anybody's, motivation and work ethic.
He's got all the physical tools,
but he does have all the physical tools.
Josh Jobe, who is an undrafted free agent, which was surprising, has made the 53-man roster with the Eagles. They're raving about him.
Very impressive.
Yeah. Undrafted free agent.
I know.
The guy that was projected at this time last year as a first-round guy that was undrafted.
I know. So hard to do it.
Little bit of a steal. And then you wonder about the Raiders. And Aaron Suttles was the first to tell me this was happening yesterday. By the way, new Bama and Bourbon out on our platforms. If you're a big fan of talking Alabama, sports, LT and Suttles do it every week in Bama and Bourbon. Good bourbon yesterday. You can go check it out right there. But he said, as we were talking after Bama and Bourbon, he says Alex Leatherwood got cut by the Raiders. First-round draft pick in 2021.
Yeah, only 3 years in the league, or 2021?
2021, I thought. Maybe it was 2020.
Yeah.
And I think it was 2021. I think he only played 1 year. Maybe I'm wrong.
I think you are.
But so Leatherwood, Henry Ruggs, another Alabama guy, and Damon Arnett are 3 first-round picks no longer with the team. They've declined to pick up fifth-year options on 3 2019 first-round picks, which includes Josh Jacobs and others. And it's like their drafts since 2019. They're cutting all of those guys loose.
Mike Mayock, John Gruden.
Yeah, they don't like Mayock's picks. You're right, Dunaway. 2021 draft, pick 17.
Yeah.
So he played the 21 season, and he's already getting cut.
Yeah.
Do you know how much money they're going to have to pay him to cut him?
Or if somebody else picks him up, does that?
Yeah, I mean,
they get some relief.
Yeah, they get some relief. But, I mean, that's a lot of money you're still having to pay a guy that has only played in the league a year.
Buccaneers need linemen. Chances Leatherwood ends up there and they take a flyer on him.
Hey, I mean, why would you not? I mean, you saw the guy was dominant in college, and he was a first-round draft pick for a reason.
Those are your headlines right there, brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. Highway 119 in Alabaster, talking with Sterling. He texted me last night. He says, what do you guys want for your fantasy football draft that we're doing next Tuesday night to eat? I'm going to give you guys food. So
what a guy.
He's going to send us some food up here for our fantasy football draft next Tuesday night.
I know we want tamales.
Absolutely.
I want some of that coleslaw.
Chicken fingers are easy to eat. You hold them.
That's right. We can keep that going along. So we'll get a big order ready to go. I'm getting a big order to watch football at my house this weekend. You can too. Take it to your tailgates if you want. Champy'sChicken.com, Highway 119 in Alabaster, Champy'sChicken.com. And Sterling wanted me to mention something else. I think he's looking for some kitchen staff right now. If you want a job, kitchen staff, Sterling texted me last night.
You used to do fried chicken. You've worked in a chicken kitchen before.
Yeah. He wants somebody that's going to be there longer than 2 weeks.
Yeah. I mean, could y'all imagine Dunaway doing that at night, Rockstar? Like he does this show by day and then he goes down and slings chicken for Sterling at night?
He's got time for it.
I mean, he's got time. He got nothing but time.
Well, it would work out with my schedule.
Yeah.
He's looking for PM kitchen staff right now, starting at $15 an hour, even more if you've got experience.
You've got experience.
Yeah, you do have experience.
Yep. And he also says he'd like to say Rockstar needs a special order for you, whatever you want for the fantasy draft.
Chicken fingers.
Chicken fingers, man.
Chicken fingers.
Just like a kid.
Champy'sChicken.com, right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Matthew says Champy's has the best margaritas in town.
That's interesting.
Wow.
Yeah, didn't even think about ordering.
Never had one.
Give it a shot next time I'm there.
Bring us some margaritas too, Sterling.
Yes.
That's fantastic.
The picks ought to be great after that.
Sneaky good game time. And do you get anybody want to explain to us what Sneaky Good Game is?
Well, Sneaky Good Game is a game that we think, because we do this on the day-to-day basis, you're busy, slinging hash, cutting yards, doing accounting. Blowing leaves. You don't have time to go deep in the schedule. You know the top end of the schedule. We're trying to educate you and say, hey, don't just watch Ohio State Notre Dame. Watch that. But also watch these if you want a sneaky good game.
Okay, so I don't do what I did yesterday. What was it? Premature what?
Well, I'll go on and start with that game.
No.
Now you're about to premature
Premature
elanciation.
Gemulation.
Yeah, because we have an open.
Okay.
That's right.
Hit it, Rockstar.
The College Football Spotlight.
We don't have the whole thing done yet.
Man, we should have this done tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow. It ought to be.
We've got
all
a meeting
done.
tomorrow. We should be good.
That was a stretch calling that an open.
I mean,
Get him done away.
If you don't have the open, what's he going to say, Rockstar?
Well,
I thought we had an open. No open. We don't have an open.
Thought we were big time.
After my premature
Right.
jubilation yesterday, I'm going to sit here and say, hey, Rockstar, don't worry about that. That happens to everybody.
Yeah.
Yes, it's normal. It happens to everybody.
A little short. It's fine. It's fine.
You're premature.
This is how
your game.
Wow.
This is how sneaky this game was. Dunaway left it off the sheet originally. 2:30 CBS Sports Network. Houston heads to the Alamo Dome to take on UTSA. A lot of people don't realize how good this UTSA team was last year. I saw it early. They went on for 12 wins. And when you start to look around at Jeff Traylor's team, his offensive line's got 121 career starts coming back with 6 different guys that have starting experience. You've got your top 4 wide receivers back. You've got 5 of the top 6 tacklers back, and you've got Frank Harris back at quarterback for his senior year. This is going to be a really good Roadrunner team, and they're taking on a team a lot of people believe can be last year's Cincinnati. Dana Holgorsen had his best club last year, 12-2. They've got 13 returning starters, including Clayton Tune. They've got one of the best receivers in all of college football with Tank Dell. And this is a defense that only gave up 20 points per game. The offense scored 36 points per game. Houston's only a 4.5-point favorite. I think this is a one-possession game. I think this will be a great 2:30 game. It will definitely find one of my TVs.
I will stay in the Lone Star State of Texas. North Texas had one of the better wins of week 0. Well, we didn't talk about it.
We were on a -1, by the way.
On a -1. They go to UTEP. Dunaway texted me. He's like, hey, UTEP's got a good crowd for that game.
Yeah.
And I flip over. That was on Stadium. So I pulled it up on my phone and looked. He was right. UTEP did have a good crowd. You know what? It didn't matter. North Texas beat them 31-13 on the road at UTEP. So they got a game under their belt. And here come the ponies, boys. SMU, if they'll wear the right uniform, you'll watch one of the best uniforms in all of football, the SMU road uniform. They scored 38.4 points per game last year for Sonny Dykes. He's off to TCU. Rhett Lashley takes over, opens his career as a head coach for SMU at North Texas. They are a 12-point favorite. That's a weird number to me, by the way. 6:30, CBS Sports Network, SMU on the road at North Texas.
You guys are giving us your sneaky good games. Toby, that's one of mine on the list. If you're looking for sneaky good games, always start with ESPNU. That's where you get North Carolina and Appalachian State, 11 a.m., ESPNU. That is a sneaky good game. Appalachian State actually the favorite in that one yesterday, Toby. Good call by you there. Paul, Army, Coastal Carolina. Sneaky good game there. Great quarterback with Coastal Carolina. Army with their running attack. That'll be a fun football game.
Limit your possessions.
Yeah, Army and Coastal Carolina. Where's the time? Where's the kick time on that one?
It's probably not on here.
Yeah, no, I left it on there because I don't leave off the military schools. If you'll notice, every week Army, Navy, and Air Force make it in there.
That's your way of supporting.
I love your parameters.
Because I am Jimmy America.
Jim supports
that's 6 o'clock on ESPN Plus. You'll have to stream that one, Army and Coastal Carolina.
That is a good game. I don't disagree with that.
My sneaky good game, though, shout out to my buddy Brian King, who watches us down in Tampa. I'm going to the Buccaneers Stadium, what used to be Raymond James, whatever we call it now.
I have no idea.
USF, the Bulls, hosting BYU. BYU, we have as a playoff contender if they run this schedule.
Yes.
And they've got great games coming up. I did not count USF as a good game, but the point spread, Vegas tells me it's only 12 points.
Again, I'll believe it when I see it. A lot of experience returning for Jeff Scott. This is a team, though, that was awful last year.
And Jerry Bohannon at quarterback, the incoming Baylor player at QB. Some talent on defense, which will be better. That was one of the Achilles heels of USF last year. A lot of sneaky good games. That's one right there.
Yeah, to me, this BYU number should be more 17. And then I think it would probably slide out of the sneaky category. I really don't know what's going on with this number being as low as it is. Maybe it's something with BYU coming from altitude to humidity.
Could be. I mean, I do think there is something to that. By the way, back to that Coastal Army game. Coastal's only a 2-point favorite at home.
That's a really good game. Really good
2-point home favorite for a team that's been really good in Myrtle Beach.
Our audience is very smart.
They're smart people.
They're smart people. That's how they dial that up. Liberty is playing at Southern Miss.
I almost put that one on there.
Could be a sneaky good game.
Yeah.
6 o'clock on ESPN Plus.
Almost went with that one.
And I want to throw one more out because I don't know what you guys think will happen in this game, but you're really high on Mississippi State. There's bad blood in Memphis and Mississippi State from the bowl game last year. This is in Starkville, right? So this is a home game for Mississippi State. That should help them. And with Mike Leach and Will Rogers, I'm interested to see what that game looks like.
I remember having Memphis last year in this game, and the Calvin Alston really strange punt return for a touchdown was the difference in this game. There were a couple of controversial calls.
That one turned out to be one of them.
Yeah. Mississippi State, this is the best team, best roster that Mike Leach has had. This is a revenge game. I fully expect Mississippi State to handle them easily.
16-point favorites in Starkville. So the boys in Vegas think they'll handle it very easily.
Would be an awful loss.
A terrible loss.
This trip, I thought about that one. I thought maybe that rises too high. I mean, it's hard to say for a game in Corvallis to be not sneaky good. I knew it was going to be good, but Boise State, Oregon State's another one of those good games.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's the best nighttime game we've got as far as competitive games outside of Utah, Florida.
Well, it's a 9:30 ESPN kick if you want to watch it. Oregon State is skinny favorite in that one, favored 2.5. You think Oregon State can contend for playing in the Pac-12 championship?
I do. Again, this is going to be Jonathan Smith's best roster that he's had at Corvallis, team that won 8 games last year.
Yeah.
Okay. After you tell us about MyBookie, Brown, mybookie.ag, make all your plays this weekend, I want to flip the script on sneaky good and tell me a couple of games where you think the big school fan base is going to be. You remember Gene Stalling, some of those wins back in the day where, Alabama obviously had the better team.
Mm-hmm.
They played somebody, and it would be like 17-7.
They'd be at Vanderbilt, and they'd have to go on a 9-minute drive to bleed the clock to win by 8.
Yeah, and you go home, and you're like, that was a win, but I don't really feel good about it.
Yeah, never thought Alabama was going to lose, but boy, it was an ugly win.
I got one of those games right here that I think everybody will be. Man, all the offseason has been this, and this, and it's going to be like, God, I don't think that was that good.
Yep. Hey, mybookie.ag. Hey, Lance, you listening to me?
I am.
Hey, Bills and Rams kick off the NFL season. They kick it off
tomorrow.
Regular season NFL coming up. It is the time to prepare for your winning season at MyBookie. Whether you're a veteran bettor or a first-timer, MyBookie gets you the most for your money with a double deposit bonus. It's quick and easy. $250 gets you $500 in your account. You use your funds to bet instantly on as many games, contests, and props as you want. To claim your bonus, register today. Use the promo code NEXTROUND. That is NEXTROUND. It is designed to add more excitement to the games and sports you love at mybookie.ag. Bet on the team win totals, predict the Super Bowl winner, use the MyBookie prop builder, and secure the bag. Your winning season begins today exclusively at MyBookie, mybookie.ag. Use the code NEXTROUND at mybookie.ag.
I can't remember the point spread in this, but I think it's about 12 or something like that. Paul's dead on. Paul's beat me to the punch here. Miami of Ohio and Kentucky.
Yeah, I was looking at that earlier.
At Kroger. That's going to be one of those games that I feel like with Will Levis, Kentucky announced this week 2 of their starting 3 wide receivers, true freshmen.
Mm-hmm. And they don't have their stud running back in Chris Rodriguez.
Yeah. So I think that'll be one of those games that Kentucky should win, but I think they're going to be, after all this offseason, everything going on, they're going to be leaving the stadium going, okay, that was a win, but are we really as good as we've been talking about being that good?
Yeah, I agree. I think that game's going to be a little tighter than most people think. And this is that year that Kentucky fans believe, hey, we might be able to get over the hump, challenge Georgia for the East, and get to our first ever SEC championship
Well, and
game.
if you're Kentucky, you wonder how much, even in the first game, you might be looking a little ahead of that Florida game next week. Kentucky's favored 16.5 in that one, though. It opened at 20, down to 16.5. Probably a little bit to do with Chris Rodriguez. When you think that's why the line might have dropped that much?
I would think so. I'll give you one more. You may get confused with the Dakotas on which ones are good. Usually they're all good. But South Dakota State, when Paul's beating me to the punch every time. South Dakota State, Iowa. Just by the way Iowa plays football, very Gene Stallings-like. South Dakota State, they are a really good FCS team, one of the best 2 or 3 in the country. Potential FBS upset.
Potentially, because you talk about an Iowa team that won 10 games last year, but they only averaged 23 points per game on offense, which is pathetic.
And that keeps games close.
Yeah, it keeps games close. So, yeah, I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah. Which team does Petrino coach now?
He's Missouri State.
Missouri State, not Southeast Missouri State.
Not Southeast Missouri. He is Missouri State. Who do they have?
Oh, I don't know. Southeast Missouri State, too. I was looking at playing at Iowa State. That was going to be tricky if Petrino was coaching that team.
The Bears of Missouri State. Let me see if they get anybody out of
college. I'm a little surprised that you don't have former SEC coaches that coach other teams as part of our schedule.
I don't. Those are highlighted with a different color. Lance, are you all over the schedule today? Hey, I don't guess I realized this. That Missouri State, do you know who they play week 3?
Week 3?
Yeah, week 3.
Week 3, they play Arkansas.
They play Arkansas.
Yeah.
Bobby P. against his old team.
Wow.
I did not catch that in the preseason.
Yep. In Fayetteville.
Oh, it is definitely in Fayetteville, yeah. 6 o'clock kick for that
I'm
one.
told Bobby will ride out of the tunnel on a motorcycle.
Oh, wouldn't that be phenomenal?
In an Evel Knievel outfit.
Yeah,
with a neck brace on.
Pops that wheelie.
Yeah.
Do you think he's got any contacts that he hasn't been blocked from that are still in Fayetteville?
Trash is coming up. That's a look through the schedule this week.
I had a couple.
Oh, okay.
Oh, these are supposed to be good?
I thought it was free flowing.
Oh, no. Yeah, I was just going to throw out 2, and they've got something in common. But Oklahoma State on Thursday night against Central Michigan.
Could be.
Yeah, Jim McElwain's team. That number is pretty heavy. It's 22.5 right now.
Is it that big, Lance?
Yeah. Oklahoma State, a team that was a game away, a play away from going to a college football playoff last year. I think this is one of those survive games. And I'll say the same with UTEP, already a game under their belt. Didn't look good against North Texas. Coming in to Norman, Jeff Lebby, Dylan Gabriel have got to get on the same page. Venable's first game. There could be some kinks to work out. UTEP could make it somewhat interesting.
Hey, real quick. Yeah. Earlier in the show, just Matt points out, he says, I could have missed one. There was a double-digit dog winning outright every week last season.
Yeah. Okay. On the other side,
I've got that.
I was going to tell him who LT thinks it's going to be.
Okay.
Let's throw
because he pointed out Northwestern was a double-digit dog, so the streak continues.
The streak continues, and LT's already called one that he thinks is going to happen tomorrow to keep the streak alive. We'll tell you what that is coming up right before Trash on the other side. Part of the show being brought to you by Those flowing locks under that,
Look at that.
battle red
Look
next
at
round
that.
hat.
I've got to get them cut today. Going to see our friend Roni and going to get them diced back a little bit. That's how well they're flowing right now. Hey, with age, unfortunately for most, comes a little hair loss. When it started to happen to me last year, I asked around. Everybody said Dr. Beckenstein is the guy you need to call. I've set up that consultation with Dr. B and his team. They perform genetic testing to determine the best course of treatment. It's cutting edge. Dr. Beckenstein, the only one in the state offering it. He can target an individual's treatment based on their genetics and formulate compounds and prescriptions to their profile. This is an absolute game changer. After I got my results, me and Dr. B had that virtual meeting. Whenever my options, we chose the non-invasive laser treatment, which will help increase the thickness and health of my hair. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience in his advanced training to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. B today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316. Tell him the next round sent you.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
The long hours of summer are great for golf at the Jerry Pate designed Timberline Golf Club. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
ERA King has the new Guaranteed Move program, which lets you compare instant offers with open market offers so you can choose how and when to sell your home. You can close with a quick cash offer, no showings, and no open houses, or you can explore multiple offers through a traditional listing. Available only through ERA King. Guaranteed Move puts you in control. Visit movewithking.com or text MOVE to 35620. To learn more, that's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemp Hill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemp Hill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Roadshow Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis. We're at the Playoff Fans Central.
The next round. You'll find us where the big games are played.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Double-digit winners this weekend, double-digit underdogs in just a second. But first, Champions Boxing. Want to make sure you're never the underdog again when it comes to getting in shape. Champions Boxing gives you a new way to get in shape. Right there on the corner of Highway 119 and Highway 31 behind the Purple Onion in Pelham. Champions Boxing. Get you ready, get you in shape, your fitness and competition training. And they use the fundamentals of boxing there to help you with your strength, your agility, your stamina, and just a lot more fun than hitting the normal gym and hitting that treadmill. They'll help you reach your fitness goals. Here's the number to call, 205-358-8176, 205-358-8176, or simply stop by and check them out. It's Champions Boxing for all ages 7 and up. 6 USA Boxing certified trainers. It's not a fight club, guys. But if you are doing some amateur fighting, they can train you for that as well. You can check them out on their social media platforms as well. It's Facebook and Instagram, Champions Boxing AL. Champions Boxing AL at the corner of Highway 119, Highway 31 behind the Purple Onion in Pelham. Chad thinks Missouri should be a little bit on upset alert. La Tech coming to town. And Buffalo and Maryland from Paul over there. Buffalo over Maryland, sneaky game.
Maryland's a 24-point favorite. If they lose that one, they may fire Loxley on the spot.
But you gave one out earlier this week. I assume you're talking about the same one you said earlier.
Yeah, I like Georgia State against South Carolina. I think
Georgia
Sean
State
Elliott's,
over an SEC team.
Yeah, Sean Elliott's got a really experienced team. This is a team that, just 2 years ago they beat, or last year they should have beaten Auburn. 2 years ago they beat Tennessee. So this is not going to be an overwhelming moment for a veteran team. A lot of 6-year guys on that team. South Carolina's a 12.5-point favorite. I think it's going to be a tricky game.
I think mine is a Friday game. I could be wrong. TCU goes to Colorado. It's first game for Sonny Dykes at TCU. I think they could be a good team this year. I'm saying this game could be a little bit trickier than you might have thought at Colorado. They're a 13.5-point favorite.
Sonny has not really decided on the quarterback yet either.
Yep.
Chad Morris's kid, Chandler, is still in the mix.
I don't know,
Off
man.
the guy you liked last year that was playing quarterback for TCU.
Yeah, Max Duggan.
Max Duggan.
Yep.
So those two are still battling. He thinks both will play in that first game there for TCU
At Colorado,
as they go to the altitude.
Yeah, keep an eye on that one. That's a 9 o'clock ESPN game.
Yeah, that's
a Friday night though.
That'll catch the TV on Friday night.
Yeah.
We always catch trash right here every day. It's brought to you by my friends at Mortgage Right. Get that mortgage right. More on them after Rockstar hits that humongous button.
Hey boys, so you got USFL football coming to town this weekend, huh? You excited about that?
Yeah.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Look at that cool new logo.
I know.
Our friends at Mortgage Right. Hey, fumbling through today's housing market alone is a bad play. That's why you should team up with the right lender. And our friends at Mortgage Right created their Lock and Shop program to help you score big in home ownership. With Mortgage Right's Lock and Shop program, you can lock in your interest rate before you start shopping for a home. These days, homes are selling the second they hit the market, and this program allows you to take a time out. Make your home search easier by pre-approving your budget, maintaining a 60-day lock-in period while you look for your perfect home. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR today to lock in your interest rate and unlock your dream home. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender. We start first Police arrested a meat packer employee on Long Island for tampering with a product about to go out to consumers. Karen Gutierrez, 38, was arrested for the incident that occurred on Thursday, August 25th. Now, according to detectives, while working as a meat packer for the Ava Companies, Gutierrez allegedly removed a coin from her pocket and placed it into a meat package that was set to go out for retail consumption.
It's not. You shouldn't be doing that.
Now, the bin of meat products that were set to be distributed for retail consumption were discarded, causing a loss of $400. On Friday, August 26th, police responded to the Ava Food Packing Company and placed Gutierrez under arrest without further incident. She's been charged with criminal mischief, tampering with a consumer product, and criminal nuisance. I mean, I just don't understand things like that.
I really don't either, man. I mean, I don't understand why people do the things they do. I mean, what was the end game in that? So she's pissed at life and hates society? I mean, so you're just going to hurt random people?
I guess she lost her job.
I would hope.
Well, that hadn't been said yet. Come on, Lance. Don't jump the script.
Yeah, you got to go through the HR process first. I wonder what things we consume, though. You know,
you never know.
There's a lot of things that.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we had Tom Arnold on the show, and he was working for a meat packing place, and dude lost his finger and just kept going.
Yeah, I just assume cooked at high temperatures, you're going to kill most of the stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, there's some things you're not ever going to kill.
Would you guess that you've eaten human flesh?
Probably, yeah. Probably.
Yeah, I mean, I would too.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just playing the odds, I eat out a lot.
I mean, not to the degree like I went to the Whistle Stop and had the barbecue special in the afternoon, and they had boiled up the IRS man or anything.
The IRS man.
I'm the IRS man. I'm here to see your
boy
book. I'm here to see your books, if you don't mind.
A Thai zoo's escaped animal drill is going viral after photos and videos emerged showing a zoo employee in an ostrich costume fleeing from keepers.
What are you laughing at?
I'm laughing at just before you start the story over again. But Rockstar has a list of pictures, and sometimes we see the slugs, and one at the top said "bastard."
Yeah, you'll see.
Is it a picture of me?
You'll see.
Yeah.
There's a reason for that.
I mean, this is a heavy trash. You got a ton of pictures.
They had to get this ostrich found, and they had to create a costume to kind of lure the ostrich. Do you think it's a good-looking costume or a bad-looking costume?
So an ostrich is loose?
Yeah.
And we're trying to lure him back in with another.
Chiang Mai Zoo posted photos on Facebook showing the employee dressed in an ostrich costume and makeup being chased through the facility's Africa zone by zookeepers after simulating an escape from the zone's show area.
Is it a trash bag?
Yeah, not bad though.
The ostrich head is perfect. But
not bad though.
Wearing white makeup.
Wow.
That other ostrich is like, never seen that one.
Now, the Facebook post said the drill was designed to build readiness, enabling real situation management, and to prepare measures for when animals escape.
Okay, but look, you notice the sign? Is this in China?
I think that's what Lance said.
Yeah. I mean,
Thailand.
Thailand. But we have English also on the wall there.
Well,
he's in the old Africa zone.
We're in the Africa zone here. That is a fantastic. I think that's really good.
I've never seen you in the enclosure. When'd you get in town?
I am going to get him later. That is a good-looking costume.
Look, Dunaway instantly goes to the feet, even with ostrich. It's going to confuse the ostrich there with the running shoes.
Hey,
one of the world's craziest culinary competitions has returned after a 2-year COVID-induced hiatus. Host of wrestlers took part in the 12th annual World Gravy Wrestling Championships at the Rose and Bowl Pub in Rossendale, Lancashire on Monday. Now, the event sees competitors grapple in a pool of gravy for 2-minute bouts.
It looks like that guy is grappling in a very uncomfortable position for the fellow.
It almost looks like they're in oil.
You said uncomfortable?
Uncomfortable, yes. I believe he's getting a little more than the gravy.
Now, the pub register... Hey, she's got some pink and green hair. Pub restaurant manager Carol Lowe said it was, quote, amazing to be back. It sees competitors wrestle in pools of gravy for 2 minutes, with points being scored for fancy dress, entertainment value, and wrestling ability.
Down goes Frazier.
That is not gravy.
They went on to say, quote, it's very messy.
Better gravy. The kind you put on the mashed potatoes, like that dark gravy.
I usually don't get it with the gravy.
Or
me too.
Sausage gravy that you put on biscuits.
Sausage gravy.
Sausage gravy every day.
Yeah,
you think so?
It makes you want to take a nap, though.
Yeah, I don't
Breakfast
love
gravy.
the gravy on mashed potatoes.
You don't? You like it on turkey?
Do you put it on dressing?
Yeah, I put it
You
on
like
dressing.
the giblet gravy?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, I like giblet gravy,
I
too.
just like mashed potatoes so much. I think they're good on their own.
I'm kind of with you. I could go either way on mashed potatoes. I do love good biscuit and gravy, though.
So I've heard of this before.
Jacob says the betting windows at the gravy wrestling. White meat, dark meat. Who you got?
Taking to TikTok to champion her discovery, the woman who posts her name under @CheatAudio1 on the platform has revealed that she uses hemorrhoid cream to reduce eye bags.
Oh, I've heard of this.
And she argues it delivers incredible results.
Yeah.
Now, claiming that the product will, quote, get rid of all the under-eye wrinkles in less than 3 days, the woman shared footage of herself talking to the camera while sharing details of her trusty product. Now, the TikTok user says that she has, quote, done gatekeeping the hero cream and insists she's not making it up. In the video, which has amassed more than 150,000 likes so far, the woman explains why the unusual trick works. Most people don't know that the skin under your eyes is the same skin as your butthole, she goes on to say.
I didn't know that.
Don't know that.
Right.
So
yeah.
basically,
I mean,
what
butt
the
face? What do you think that came from, butt face?
basically what the hemorrhoid cream does is it reduces the puffiness and fine lines.
Really?
Yeah, praising the cream for the miraculous results. The woman insists that she's sworn by the strange skincare trick for a decade. She continues to say, quote, been using hemorrhoid cream under my eyes for 10 years. I'm 32 years old, and I have 0 wrinkles.
Yep.
Does
but a brown nose.
Oh my God.
I've never used hemorrhoid cream. Does it have a scent to it?
I haven't used it either. I don't know.
It's a little minty.
I wasn't gonna look
bit
at
gay.
anybody who
It's a
asked the
little minty. We
question.
didn't ask if it had a taste.
I use it for toothpaste.
Get those two confused.
Well, I
you'll
think it's well
regret it.
documented on the show of the 3 hosts that are out here in the main studio. Only one of us has ass has ever exploded.
I mean, I wasn't going to bring the story up.
We
but
can rebuild him.
Yes. So-
$10 man. I got the best villain performances in cinematic history ranked by MovieWeb.com. I agree with all of these are really good villains. I don't agree necessarily with the order.
Okay.
Here we go. Number 9, Kathy Bates is Annie Wilkes in Misery in 1990.
Oh.
I mean, that was an evil performance.
She really was. Yep.
The sledgehammer.
Yep.
That
Not
was,
hobbling.
Board between the legs.
was tough.
Get you every time.
Number 8, Leonardo DiCaprio as Calvin Candy in Django Unchained, 2012.
Didn't watch it.
Oh boy, it was a great movie.
Couldn't watch it.
And he,
he's got the hammer.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm not a big Tarantino guy.
That was a really good
Yeah.
movie. Number 7, Louise Fletcher, Alabama girl, as Mildred Ratched in One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. She was absolutely crazy as a nurse.
She played, what role did she play? She played Mean Lady really well.
She was good at Flowers in the Attic, which scared the
I
hell
thought there was
out of me
another
as a
one I'm
child.
trying to think of where she was just a mean lady.
Yeah, you could tell she
She
probably wouldn't have been fun. I'm going to say she's been divorced 3 times.
You think so?
Yeah.
She looks like she's a mean drunk too.
Oh, yeah, I can see that.
yeah.
Get her on tequila, watch
Or
out.
a mean sober.
Number 6 on the list, Heath Ledger as Joker from The Dark
Oh
Knight.
boy, I'm surprised it's this low. It's widely regarded as maybe his best role of all time.
Yeah, probably his best role, but I thought Joaquin Phoenix was better.
That's just they're too different.
Like if he if he wouldn't have died, he wouldn't have won Best
At least
Supporting Actor.
with Heath Ledger, you're not uncomfortable the whole time. With Joaquin Phoenix, I was uncomfortable the whole time.
I've always disagreed with that fault. Who else was up for it then? Do you remember?
I'll go back and look in a second. Number 5, Daniel Day-Lewis is Bill the Butcher in Gangs of New York. He was pretty evil in
That's
that.
a movie that I thought I would have liked, but I didn't like as much as I wanted to. Look, Tyler the intern is agreeing with me. I really wanted to like that movie.
I agree. Yeah. I thought it was okay. I've seen it twice. I think it's very average.
I really wanted to like it.
I've seen bits and pieces of it.
Well, it's a long movie.
Yeah, because it was on all summer long on one of the movie channels.
I mean, what is not to like with the cast? You would think with the cast it'd just be the director, everything, but I just didn't like it as much as I wanted to.
This was my favorite villain of all time. Number 4, Javier Bardem as Antoine Chigurh in No Country for Old Men.
Such a weird character and a weird.
Got our man Don's hair.
Yep.
He does. Give me the Chigurh.
Such a weird character and the strangest weapon in any movie ever.
Yeah. But boy, such a good character.
Oh, yes. I don't like the ending of the movie.
I did like it. Number 3, Sir Anthony Hopkins as Hannibal Lecter, Silence of the Lambs, 1991.
What's he say, Dunaway?
Really good. That was sloppy. Number 2, Ralph Fiennes is Amon Goth in Schindler's List. He was, he was pretty bad.
Just
those piercing eyes.
Look at those eyes.
He was a mean SOB in that movie.
And finally, Christopher Waltz and Inglourious Bastards is Colonel Hans Landa.
I don't think he should be number one, but that villain was so good because that first scene of that movie, which is like the first 20 minutes, is one of the most tense scenes I've ever seen. Yeah.
Stop it.
Looking for oh my God.
Yeah, that and then the bar scene where, well, I don't want to ruin it. But.
I mean, pretty easy there. You go Nazis on 1 and 2 there on the list.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. That's art imitating life right there, huh?
Yeah. That is Trash Today with LT, brought to you by the great folks at Mortgage Right.
Hey, our friends at Mortgage Right have a game-changing new offer that will shift the way you view home shopping. Put your best foot forward with their upfront underwriting program. Mortgage Right's team of underwriters will look over your application to determine how much home you can buy. They will issue a pre-approval letter, which will set you apart from other buyers and prove to sellers that you mean business. Mortgage Right's upfront underwriting program will help you home shop with confidence, no hassle, no hang-ups, only happy home buyers. Get pre-approved with Mortgage Right before you start home shopping. Fast track your home buying journey today at mortgageright.com/TNR NMLS 2239 Equal Housing Lender.
Developing news from Brownie, brought to you by Champions. More on Champions in a second.
It is claim day. The Bears have claimed Alex Leatherwood. We just talked about how it's amazing he's free. The Bears don't leave him free long.
I wanted the Bucs to take a run at him.
The Browns have claimed Kellen Mond. Don't tell Mike Zimmer. And the Eagles have claimed Ian Book, the former Saints quarterback.
Okay.
You know, I thought Ian Book, could have a role in this league. Desmond Ridder has looked really, really comfortable so far in Atlanta. Happy birthday, Desmond Ridder, by the way,
Ian
23.
Book was a really good quarterback under Brian Kelly for Notre Dame. I don't know. I mean, backup, I can never really envision him starting in the NFL.
Jay Price says Leatherwood was released, yesterday by the Raiders. So now with the Bears, Ashley, great female listener, Leatherwood better get off his lazy butt if he wants to stay in the league.
You don't have many more chances once you've been released after your first year. That's pretty bad.
Yep. Michael says, I have not heard this. You hear about Rashad Johnson going to the Bucs for a coaching spot. I've not heard that.
Maybe I don't want to speak out of school here, but somebody was it was Chris Stewart. I was talking to Chris Stewart because Rashad is doing the high school games with Chris on My 68.
Right.
But I was talking to Chris the other day. He was headed to Tuscaloosa to do a game, and Rashad wasn't with him. I said, where's Rashad? He goes, he's actually down in Tampa with Dunaway's Bucks for camp. I don't think it's a full-time gig, but he was doing something with them during camp.
Just for camp?
I think that's right.
Because I've got Rashad's number. Should I pull an LT and say, man, do you bring me back any gear or anything?
Gear tickets,
I can go to the game with you. I'll drive.
I'll drive.
ChampionsChicken.com now open for lunch. Highway 119 in Alabaster. They're looking for some PM kitchen help there. Great. Starts at $15 an hour, or if you got experience, could go up from there. Check out Sterling, the folks at ChampionsChicken.com, the 119 location in Alabaster. We're back in a moment.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not for all ages podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Things change fast these days. One thing that hasn't changed is our newest partner's dedication to serving you. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round, and I want to tell you about our friends at Better Business Bureau. BBB has been the beacon of trust and champion of marketplace principles, serving businesses and consumers locally for 70 years. BBB is focused on ethical business standards, including integrity, transparency, trustworthiness, and honesty. And they have something for everyone with tools like BBB Business Profiles, accreditation, scam tracker, get a quote, trusted reviews, dispute resolution, and more. You can be sure to find a trusted partner with BBB. Whether you need a trustworthy business to help you complete the next item on your honey-do list, need help avoiding scams, want to share feedback about a recent experience with a local business, or want to bolster your brand standing in the marketplace by becoming BBB accredited, BBB is here to serve you. With countless consumer resources and a menu of member benefits for businesses, they truly are a one-stop shop for your customer and business needs. Go to bbb.org and see what you've been missing. Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Okay, let's see if we can play a little quick game of Know Your Roommate or Wife. I've sent a text, and I want the answer that we're going to get right after LT tells us about our friends at Nut Dust. I'll tell you what I texted Maggie just seconds ago.
Nut Dust, redefining the use and feel of body powder. Nut Dust, it's talc-free, all-natural body powder. It's great for all over the body, feet, below the belt, available in 4 great scents. Naked, Voyager, Laddie, and Wildling, all day, every day. Nut Dust. They've got you covered. For more information, visit officialnutdust.com. That's officialnutdust.com. Put in that promo code TNR, 15% off right now. Again, officialnutdust.com. They've got gear. They've got the great body powder. Who needs it more this weekend, BYU or Utah?
What, the Nut Dust?
Yeah. Utah.
I think probably Utah because of the heat and humidity is going to be worse in Gainesville than Tampa.
Yeah, but one's 6 o'clock and one's 3 o'clock. One in Tampa's 3 o'clock.
I think it's worse in Gainesville.
Yeah, but I'm going to say if you factor in crowd, the way the stadium is built, and the importance of the game for that team, I'm going to say Utah needs it. Their sack meter will be 11 on a scale of 10.
I would agree.
Big one for Utah there out of the gate. If you missed it earlier, the Stars have lined up for not this weekend, but next weekend in the state of Texas. Yeah, I could go to game day, too, by the way.
Dunaway, I just walked back in for the bathroom. He goes, Brown, if I was a millionaire.
If I was the richest man in the world, this would be a no-brainer. But I've texted my wife, and hats off to me. I've learned through 24 years of marriage that I didn't say, hey, I'm going to go on this trip. I said, do you want to go with me on this trip?
Knowing the answer is no.
In the past, I used to
I hope she said yes.
Just come.
Yeah.
So I said, hey.
Tickets,
that is knowing your roommate.
Yep.
Yeah. Hey, want to go on a road trip? Friday, September 9th in Austin, The Killers. She hates them. Saturday, September 10th in Austin, Alabama and Texas. She doesn't care about sports. I remember calling her after kick 6. Can you believe the game ended that way? Oh, what happened? Did we win?
Nope.
Sunday, September 11th in Dallas, Buccaneers and the Cowboys. She thinks Tom Brady's cute. My only fighting chance there.
Well, he's going to be wearing a helmet the whole game.
She responded.
She hasn't yet. She's in class at Duke, so we'll see. What do you think she'll say?
She's going to say no, which it does give you an open pass to go.
No, but will she say no and we can't afford it?
No.
No, you can't take off from work?
Well, I mean.
Or no, go, honey.
Baby, it's my job.
Well, I think she's going to say, so you want to go out of town, and I'm just getting back from 3 weeks of being out of town.
That's right. I thought I was going to have to shove you back in the door.
God, you guys.
Well, I mean, isn't that the case?
It is the case. But I kept the dogs.
You debated for a while.
Actually, Lance, now that I think about it, knowing that she's coming back in town after 2 weeks, she may encourage him to be in Austin.
She might.
Yeah.
What is one thing you love about college football? It's the rivalries, right?
Okay. I thought it was going to be a question.
You love the rivalries.
I do.
Forrester, do you have the Oklahoma scoreboard test? Pull that up for me. Oklahoma's got a new scoreboard, video board. So when you're testing that, you got to fill out all the slots. One of those are out of. There's a new scoreboard, huge there in Norman.
Oh, it is a big one.
They have right now Oklahoma beating UTEP 42-9 up there. But you have some out of town scores.
That's right.
That you got to have that are up on the new scoreboard. So you have to see what you do on the out of town scores. There we go. Kansas 14, Texas 7.
This is like your this is like your football schedule.
Yeah. You know who's not getting one on Labor Day? That guy.
If I'm a Texas fan, it hits a little too close to home.
Well, I'm a little pissed if I'm a sponsor. Look how small the sponsors are. I mean, Coke and Loves and what's that? Some kind of bank?
Yeah.
Is it a bank? I don't even know.
I don't know.
Texas already down to Kansas.
Yeah, I love rivalries in college football.
Oh, so we were pointing out the fact that Kansas is up.
Yeah, on Texas, the Oklahoma scoreboard test. Yeah. Not a real score there, even though Kansas beat them last year.
That's what I was about to say. If I'm a Texas fan, I get pissed, but this hits a little too close to home for me. I mean, it happened last year.
Little too close to home. All of our guests, including next hour, Todd Fuhrman and Bryant Vincent, coming up on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Tell us about our friends at JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Johnston RV Center has got those toy haulers. You go see all your college football. Go see America in one of those toy haulers. They got a sales event. It's been extended into September. You guys have killed it so much, they want to keep going into September, all right? So, $219 a month with approved credit is where they start. That is a great value for those toy haulers. Go see them for yourself. Johnston RV Center, I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur. You can always see them online, JohnstonRVCenter.com. That is JohnstonRVCenter.com.
You know, when you're out on the road, whether it's in a Johnston RV or not, you come across some weirdest thing you've ever seen in an accident. We'll talk football with Todd Fuhrman in just a second. Like anything you've seen spilt on the road over the years traveling around. Have you ever come up on an 18-wheeler that has thrown something out on the road?
When
what
I was
it
at
for
school
you?
at Jack State, I had to take a class at Harvard on the Hill. Oh, do you want that now?
Yeah, I want it right now.
Harvard on the Hill, Gadsden State. So I'd have to drive from Jacksonville to Gadsden to take the class. And there was a Tyson plant nearby, and I came around the turn on 431 one time, and the Tyson chicken truck had jackknifed, and it's about half dead, half alive. And the live chickens smelled freedom. They were running for their lives. So there were chickens running everywhere. There were feathers everywhere. It was complete mass chaos. I mean, chickens everywhere.
Who was the old Sports Center anchor in the great ad? Follow me to freedom.
Yeah, that's what it was like. There was a chicken. Come on.
Good bird.
I can't remember one.
We had one yesterday in Memphis. Worst interstates in the world, but this is on the good one. I-55 up there. Look at that.
What is that?
18-wheeler has a wreck. That, my friend, is some of the best Alfredo sauce you'll ever get in a jar.
Oh, I like that Alfredo sauce.
Alfredo sauce all down I-55, shutting down the road. Can you imagine how slick that is?
Yeah, how do you clean that?
I mean, it's going to require rain on top of rain to get rid of that.
Oh, some smelly rain, too.
Yeah. You clean it with bread, right? You go in and sop that stuff up.
My gosh, that's a lot of Alfredo sauce.
It is.
Damn, what happened to the side of that truck?
I know.
That was a mess yesterday.
You ain't kidding.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way you clean that up.
I mean, it's got to be slicker than oil, right?
Yeah, I don't know what you do there.
Patrick says that's going to smell for a while.
Oh, you kidding me?
Yeah, the old Alfredo sauce. There's no anchovies in that, though, is there?
No.
Yeah.
I
All
like
right.
chicken in it.
Todd Fuhrman from the desert. We talk college football with him coming up on the other side as we get ready for it all kicking off tomorrow night. And don't forget, UAB at home Tailgating starts at 1, game kicks at 7. You can hear our conversation with AD Mark Ingram in our podcast section, and also Bryant Vincent in the show later. We'll talk to the UAB head coach coming up at 12:35.
I mean, like Daniel says, or whoever said it over there, you drop one bottle in your kitchen. Think about how do I clean this up?
Yeah.
That's an interstate full. I mean, where do you even start?
Yeah. There's got to be a hazmat crew that knows what to put on it right there. You probably just put a little Dove or what is it, Dawn dishwasher.
Dawn does everything, yeah.
Yeah, it cleans up everything. Sawdust, you think?
Pink sawdust when a kid threw up in school.
That was the worst.
That. God, that was
the
awful.
worst. We head all the way out to the desert. Talk to Todd Fuhrman next.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at One Man and a Toolbox. One Man and a Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man and a Toolbox, they've got a background to help you with almost any project. I've used them multiple times at my home. Give them a call today. Get that free estimate, 205-823-2111. That's 205-823-2111 or online, OneManInAToolbox.com.
Stay up to date with the Next Round at NextRoundLive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
When you have questions about your urological health, count on the healthcare experts at Urology Centers of Alabama. With 16 locations and a team of specialists across Alabama, you can find help you need from a trusted UCA physician. Get started at UrologyCentersAlabama.com.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
Hey everyone, John Lunsford here, and make sure to join Jerry Young and myself every Thursday afternoon at 1 p.m. for Next Round Preps. It's an in-depth look at all the various big high school football games going on across the state. We'll recap the week before and we'll preview the week ahead. Plus, we'll talk bracketology, recruiting, and other big headlines across all high school sports. That's every Thursday during football season at 1 p.m. on YouTube, nextroundlive.com, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
I've got a response from the wife. I've sent it to Forrester. We'll do that coming up in the next segment as we get to the final hour of the show. Remember, as you watch us on all our platforms, like, subscribe, follow, or hit the thumbs button, especially if you're on YouTube watching us. The thumbs up really helps us. Scroll down, like, subscribe, and click on the thumb buttons there. And we're glad to have you for the final hour. We're about to talk to Todd Fuhrman about all the games going on. This hour being brought to you in part by our friends at Greystone Chiropractic, Brownie. That'll get you in line for the big weekend.
It will. You need to get straightened out, man, before you sit on that couch all weekend so your back doesn't get stoved up like an old man stoved up. That's a southern phrase, isn't it? Get that back stove up.
Never even heard about it.
You've never heard that?
No.
Oh, Dunaway, come on. You grew up in Alabaster. Greystone Chiropractic. GreystoneChiropractor.com is where you start. You can make an appointment as well, 205-981-8090, 205-981-8090. They've got that brand new Element Wellness Center right there on site, 119 and 280. It is a system of body balance, energy, and proactive healing, allowing you to feel your best and reach your full potential doing what you love. Things like IV vitamin therapy, which helps your energy. If you've got frequent illness, if you're not looking your best, this helps at things like cryotherapy, infrared sauna. They've also got the red light therapy, the holistic nutrition consulting. It's right there at Element Wellness Center in Greystone Chiropractic. GreystoneChiropractor.com or 981-8090, 280 and 119. Todd Fuhrman is with BetTheBoardPodcast.com. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What's up, Fuhrman? Welcome back.
Hey, always a pleasure to be here, gentlemen. Looking forward to what should be another great college football season. And if I never have to watch games like New Mexico State, Nevada, or Hawaii, Vanderbilt to close out my Saturday night again, it will be an awesome experience.
You know what was wild was at one point, ESPN had like 4 games going at once, and every one of them was in a weather delay or had been delayed. It was wild how many weather delays we had.
If you're looking for the forecast in the Southeast this weekend, expect more weather delays is all I'm telling you. Yeah.
It seems like you always have to build that into some of the TV windows and some of the scheduling constraints. So when we're talking about college football being played in September, lightning delays now seem to be a lot more prevalent, or just, 15, 20 years ago, we didn't give a damn and continue to play through them anyway.
One of the first games tomorrow night that grabs everybody's attention out of the Big Ten, you've got Penn State heading to West Lafayette to take on Purdue. It's a skinny number. Penn State 3.5-point favorites. I know the public's all over Penn State. Where are you on this one?
Yeah, for me, I actually lean with the public here, LT. But the number got down to 3. There was a little bit of resistance from bettors that I truly respect looking to lay the points. I know West Lafayette's going to be a very difficult place to play, and it's hard to argue with some of the success Coach Brom has had as a home underdog, and especially as a home underdog in conference. But I do wonder at the same time if Purdue's a program at this point that's able to replace the kind of talent that they lost from last season. You're talking about a first-round NFL draft pick in George Karlaftis. You're talking about an NFL wide receiver in David Bell, along with another receiver, Milton Wright, who won't be out there as well. But I think the one loss that Purdue may feel the most throughout the course of the season is losing defensive coordinator Brad Lambert, who is really the architect behind things. The other thing about it is Penn State, yes, they have preseason expectations like they always do, but this is a team that's not in the top 25, so I think they fly in a little bit under the radar with a healthier Sean Clifford. I actually lean over the total in this game more so than I do a side, but this will be a home underdog that I'm not quite sure I can get behind.
We continue on that Thursday night slate. Another game that I find interesting is West Virginia at Pitt. I'm told that it'll almost be a 50-50 crowd there in what used to be Heinz Field. 2 quarterbacks who at one time were at USC, and then they've gone other places. Who's the better quarterback in this game? Who wins this one, you think?
Great question on the quarterback stuff, because you try and figure out the level of familiarity these two have with one another. Obviously, Keaton Slovis took over when JT Daniels was hurt during his time at USC, and both are going to find that winters in Morgantown and Pittsburgh going to be significantly tougher to deal with than what they had to endure in Athens in JT Daniels' case before, and of course Keaton Slovis at USC. But you talk about the familiarity between these programs. They played 104 times between 1895 and 2011. Great to get this back on the college football schedule. And I know everyone in that area is champing at the bit to see these teams do battle. When you look at the number and the way it's moved, Pittsburgh actually opened as a 5.5 point favorite earlier this summer. A little bit of resistance when it got to 7 a couple weeks ago, got back down in that 6.5 range. Eventually, you saw more support for Pittsburgh, and that's probably the side that I would lean towards. I do think the total, as it continues to leak up a little bit earlier today, I'd make a case for going under. Yes, West Virginia, from a linebacking and secondary standpoint, has some major concerns, but I think Coach Narduzzi, in his war of words with Mark Whipple when Whipple was headed out the door to Nebraska, said he wanted to be a much more balanced attack, and if Pittsburgh wants to run the football, I think it does them a disservice. I just don't see the weapons for West Virginia on the other side. I like the game under the total a bit, especially at 52 or better.
Todd Fuhrman is with us. BetTheBoardPodcast.com. At Todd Fuhrman on Twitter is where you see him. BetTheBoardPodcast.com. I liked what I saw from Drake May. That was another game that had some weather issues, though. With North Carolina, he looked good against an undermanned FAMU team. But now for week 2, they go on the road to Appalachian State, where they are underdogs. I know it looks weird to a lot of people, but Appy State, the slight favorite. This is an interesting game, Fuhrman.
And this is a game that all of those folks that bleed Mountaineers black and gold will have circled on their schedule, knowing they don't get the opportunity to host Big Brother in their building in Boone all that often. I mean, this is an Appalachian State team that has been a force in the Sun Belt for the last couple of years. I'm sure that entire fan base will relish the fact that Billy Napier is no longer in Lafayette to give them an inside track to try and get where they want to go. You have a veteran quarterback in Chase Bryce. You have an extremely talented backfield here. When you look at a guy like Cameron Peebles who comes back, Nate Noel, I mean, these guys should be able to run the football. But I almost get the feeling that North Carolina is being a little bit undersold. And why I say that is I think Drake May, playing at a high level, can at least be close to what Sam Howell was last year, where Howell wasn't at his absolute best. We know what North Carolina has in the slot in Josh Downs, and I think there's been a little bit of value created. I mean, UNC opened as a field goal favorite, number down to a pick 'em. It probably won't be a game that makes my card, but I can tell you one thing. It'll definitely be a fascinating watch, and you know that if Appalachian State is hanging around in the fourth quarter, they could use that home field advantage to spur them. But let's also not ignore the fact that the last time App State welcomed in a high-profile team from the ACC, they didn't fare all that well, easy for me to say, against Miami. So I wonder if their talent gap is just too much for them to overcome.
I know East Carolina is going to be improved, coming off 7 wins, 15 returning starters, but I really, really like this NC State team, and they're only laying an 11.5. It seems like a small number for NC State on the road.
I think the big question for NC State is, can they live up to some of those preseason expectations? I mean, when you're trying to figure out the pecking order in the ACC, all of us really expect Clemson to get their offense in gear. We know how good their front seven will be. But as far as Miami on the other half of the draw, NC State makes the most logical sense for a team that's truly on the ascent. This particular spot going to Greenville, again, it's big brother on the road against little brother in state, and you do wonder how you're able to handle some of the hostile atmosphere. But with so much returning experience, again, this is a home underdog that I just don't think has the horses to keep up here. I think NC State's defense is the group that nobody's talking about while Devin Leary gets all the headlines. It's another game where we've seen under money, and I actually agree with it quite a bit. I think NC State can take the life out of the ECU Pirates offense and really believe this is a game where they can win by 2 touchdowns.
It's before we get to the really big ones, another one of those games that don't sleep on. Everyone sort of circling Dana Holgorsen in Houston as this year's Cincinnati, a team that could run the table and maybe make the playoffs or get a New Year's Six bowl bid. Oh, but here's that opener against UTSA in the Alamo Dome. What do you make of that showdown in the state of Texas?
You know, Houston is such an interesting team because they're definitely going to be one of the better sides in the American Athletic, but at the same time, I have some real concerns about their overall depth. You did lose a starting running back earlier this offseason, which changes a little bit. I think last year when you go through Houston's middle of the season where they lost their season opener and bookended it with a loss in the conference championship, they were dealt a very favorable hand. Schedule-wise, it's not going to be as easy, but still favorable for Houston. Watching the number move on this game has been real interesting because you saw some books open as low as 3.5, others as high as 6.5. It was more or less 6 the consensus. You started to see some money come in on UTSA. And Jeff Traylor, in my opinion, arguably one of the best head coaches in the entire state of Texas, just doesn't coach at a high enough profile program. This is a home underdog that'll be interesting for a lot of folks, but I think we're talking about points and plenty of them. I like this game over the total at 61.5. I think both offenses will have some success. And the one thing I do count on Dana to be able to do is come up with a good game plan in the first half. Team may crater in the next 30 minutes, but as long as they're able to score 4 touchdowns early, I think we'll be okay.
By the way, early trend from Fuhrman here, a lot of totals, not sides.
I know. Okay, let's see if we can get him on a side on this one. Fuhrman, Todd Fuhrman with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, bettheboardpodcast.com. That's bettheboardpodcast.com. Speaking of Cincinnati, last time we saw them out, Alabama was running it at will on the Bearcats. That wasn't a particularly good run offense for Alabama. What stops Arkansas, favored by 6, from just lining up and running it down their throat, Fuhrman?
The main difference is that Cincinnati had to prepare for a legitimate, living, breathing passing game from Alabama. I'm not quite sure they're going to have to encounter that with KJ Jefferson. I'm not putting him in the Bryce Young camp just yet as far as what Arkansas has as far as weapons. There's no doubt when you look at Cincinnati's roster, it's an extremely difficult task to replace NFL-caliber talent for a group of 5 program. But if one coach is capable of doing it and devising a defensive scheme catered to the guys he does have in-house, it's actually Luke Fickell. Quarterback play, I think, is the major question mark you have for the Bearcats. I think by the end of the year, we're not going to see nearly as much drop-off without Desmond Ridder in the mix. But early on in the season, this could be a lot more vanilla. It could be a run the football, lean on my defense, and hope things will work out that way. This is a game where, I wanted to make a case for the dog, and I think I'm going to kind of wait it out. I know there's some 6.5s out there. If it did get to 7 on game day, I'd be jumping in for the small value bet on the Bearcats. I made the game 5, so it's not a ton of wiggle room by any stretch, but it's another contest where I think the total is just a shade too high in the 50s, especially if the clock is going to keep churning, and I think both of these coaches will trust their ground games to pick up 4 or 5 yards a pop.
So the defending national champions head to Atlanta to take on Oregon. Dan Lanning, the former defensive coordinator, his first game as head coach. More than likely, Bo Nix, a guy that's very familiar with Georgia, and Georgia is very familiar with him, will get the start for the Ducks. Huge number, though. Georgia minus 17, and different spot for the Bulldogs, Todd. I mean, this is a team that was once a hunter, and now it's the hunted.
Yeah, and I think you always wonder how a team will embrace that. I do have to give Kirby Smart credit because a lot of his comments this offseason were addressing exactly that point, saying it's going to be very different for us now to stay on top of the mountain than it was for us to make that climb. And when you're looking at a Georgia team, we know that they have to replace 5 players that were lost in the first round of the NFL draft and just play 6 on the preseason All-SEC first team this year. Only Alabama had more. So it's not exactly Georgia crying poverty by any stretch of the imagination, but you do wonder if this offense can shore up some of the defensive shortcomings that we may see early on in the year. You'd have to think they can be slightly more aggressive with Stetson Bennett and trusting his ability to spread the field, knowing that they have 2 of the most talented tight ends in all of college football in Brock Bowers and Eric Gilbert. Replacing the likes of James Cook and Zamir White, I don't think is going to be a challenge at all when you're talking about Kenny McIntosh, Kendall Milton, and Dewan Edwards being more than capable. But this is a big number, even for what should be a de facto home field advantage, and I think anyone who doesn't build in a true home field for Georgia playing in Atlanta is doing themselves a disservice. But I like Oregon defensively. I think this is a team that has a chance to win the Pac-12, not exactly going out on a limb there when they're third favorites. And Bo Nix will not be intimidated, having played Georgia multiple times, being reunited with Kenny Dillingham, the same offensive coordinator he had. Crazy part about this, they've been in this spot before, at least Bo Nix has, going up against a high-profile opponent early on in the season. I think Oregon will have enough to hang around in this game. I do wonder if they wear down the trenches late, but if the Ducks are in it going into the fourth quarter, I like the idea of grabbing 17 and putting those in my back pocket.
Okay, we have a T-shirt that says Fade Dunaway. We made that after I came to your city and went, I think it was 2-34 or something like that on sports bets during the NCAA tournament. So I'll say this, and I know I give you one of these every week that makes you laugh and run to the window. The easiest pick on the board to me seems to be Ohio State laying the points against Notre Dame. Why is that not the easiest play on the board? It seems so easy.
Well, gentlemen, don't ever accuse Dunaway of taking the best of the number. For a game that opened 10.5 this summer, if Dunaway's running to late 17 here, it may be all the red flags we need. Now, that being said, I do worry about Notre Dame having the firepower to be able to keep up with Ohio State. I mean, this is a team that's extremely thin. Specifically at the wide receiver position, you have a quarterback making his first start in Tyler Buckner. And Marcus Freeman, hey, look, the honeymoon is over. This is what you have to do if you're head coach of the Fighting Irish. You have to go into hostile territory and be able to put a good foot forward. Now, the saving grace for Notre Dame, one of the strengths of this football team is on the offensive line. And unlike folks that are buying into this Ohio State defense suddenly being a top 10 unit because they bring in Jim Knowles, I'm not sure that's going to be the case. So if the Irish are able to get Michael Mayer going early at the tight end position, they're able to run the football a little bit, and they don't put their defensive backs on an island against one of the best 1-2 punches in college football in Jackson Smith and Jigba and Marvin Harrison Jr., I think this game could be a little bit closer. But at the same time, I'm not running to back Notre Dame plus the points. If the Irish are indeed the side here, I actually think this game goes over the total at 59 because Notre Dame's going to have to score to stay in it. You're not going to be able to hold that Ohio State offense in check for 4 full quarters.
People are always blown away. We get questions all the time. Do you guys tell Fuhrman which games you're going to talk about?
No.
He has no clue. But I mean, we threw him some random games, so that shows you his depth of knowledge. And I'll prove it that we don't script this. Fuhrman, what was the price of Bitcoin this morning?
It was a shade more than 20,000. We're up about 1%. So we're in good territory, but we're far off the all-time highs, gentlemen. My retirement strategy's got a little bit ways to go. But if you're anything like my fiance, she only calls it fake internet money. I told her that's great. It'll pay for your fake retirement 30 years.
What is?
I didn't know that's the fake you were going for, but I'll take fake retirement. Yes.
What is in a generic presidential ballot? What is the spread between Democrats and Republicans right now?
You know what? I haven't priced out any of them. I haven't priced out any of the midterm markets. The one thing I can tell you is if you're looking at some of the markets in faraway places, since you can't bet on federal elections here in the States, that both the potential Republican nominees, whether it's Donald Trump or DeSantis, are slight favorites over Joe Biden. We'll see, obviously, as this continues to move and change. I think the midterm elections will tell us quite a bit in terms of how those presidential markets will adjust 2 years in advance. And that's the one thing, not having any strong political loyalties one way or the other. I look at them the exact same way I look at a football market. If I feel an edge, I don't care what the name says. I'm going to bet it and try and be able to profit from it.
See, I told you, guy knows everything. There's no end to Fuhrman's knowledge.
Can I get a bet on She-Hulk being picked up for a second season in Vegas right now? No.
That's a little bit above my pay grade. So I every now and again we all reach our boundaries to try and do it. So that's something that I'll have to trust you guys there. But you know what? I do want to know, Dunaway, if you're going to make picks every week, can we set a legitimate over-under? Like, are we going 1 pick a week, guys? Are we going 3? Oh. I feel I have to come back armed with a number that you guys can bet on and create a couple of side bets like you've done in the past.
Lance has already got him on a 3-team parlay.
Yeah, look, this is tell me how easy this money sounds, okay? And we know how teasers work.
So I've got 3 plays out on the show this week.
He's got NC State minus 2.5. He has got South Carolina minus 2.5.
And BYU minus 2.
Yeah, and BYU minus 2.
Yeah, that we did a teaser. Yeah.
All right, first things first, if anybody's betting college football teasers, take away their cell phones, take away their bankrolls, because those are negative advantage bets going forward. The NFL, I ascribe to them because the numbers are much more efficient. But of all of those, if you were to bet the money line on all 3 dogs, I think you'd have a better profit than a chance Dunaway has to cash. The game that I think blows that up, and I'll go on record, I think USF is going to give BYU all they can handle and then some, and that may be one of the bigger storylines that we see on opening college football Saturday.
Yeah, somebody was asking earlier, we're on a 15 straight double-digit upset week? 15 straight weeks of a double-digit upset. There's one right there from Fuhrman. South Florida over BYU potentially.
And LT likes Georgia State over South Carolina, too. Free play for you there, Fuhrman.
You know what's interesting with South Carolina, because this is a team that I'm high on. I love what Shane Beamer has done. I think getting Spencer Rattler in there gives them elite talent at that position. We'll see if Rattler's maturity has improved since he left Norman. And it's a team that I took a small position on over their win total at 6. But I think what we're going to see is they can be slightly overvalued against some of their non-conference opponents. I'm actually looking to try and capitalize on betting the Gamecocks when they step up in class against SEC foes. The schedule breaks the right way, and I think that's the better angle to attack them than looking to lay double digits with a team that you just don't feel comfortable with yet as far as some of their offensive weaponry.
Just so you can give it to your folks at Bet the Board Podcast, I'm also on West Virginia in the points and Illinois in the points. So,
well, West Virginia does put you in the minority. I feel like everyone I've spoken to wants to lay the lumber with Pitt, so maybe that's the contrarian bet that hits. The interesting game on Friday night, we have seen that number come down. I mean, Indiana was a 4.5, 5-point favorite. Illinois looks like the greatest thing since sliced bread as they blasted Wyoming, and the totals come down some from 48 to 45, but not overly high in Indiana this year. Curious to see if Brett Bielema's team can start with a victory. I think that game will go a long way in terms of telling us about two middling teams in the Big Ten and what they can hope to achieve this season, which theoretically should be bowl eligibility at its absolute best.
Just a taste of what you get from Fuhrman at bettheboardpodcast.com, bettheboardpodcast.com, at Todd Fuhrman on Twitter. It's always great to hear your voice, Fuhrman. It means we're in the season.
Hey, always a pleasure, gentlemen. And we didn't even get to Alabama and Utah State. If what we saw from Utah State in the trenches was any indication, Alabama might be up 38-0 at the break. So it's a lay it or don't play it type scenario, even with a receiving core that's largely untested.
Lay it or do not play it from Fuhrman for Bama, Utah State. Thank you, Fuhrman. See you next week.
Be good.
Oh, God, I hit it too quick. My bad. Fuhrman with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. He does NASCAR, too. Fuhrman is really good at NASCAR. We'll get him to make some picks when the Yellowwood 500 comes to Talladega Super Speedway Sunday, October 2nd. You can be part of that huge race weekend. Guarantee your Yellowwood 500 weekend experience today by going to TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or calling 877-GO-2-DEGA. I'm giving you some of these fan experiences as we talked. We did the college program yesterday. Let's do the Kids VIP experience today. The Kids VIP experience, presented by Children's of Alabama, the ultimate way for kids 12 and under to experience all the excitement Talladega has to offer. It includes guided garage tours, pit box tours, driver intro, fist bump alley, and much, much more. You can get on board by going to TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or calling 877-GO-2-DEGA. It's the Yellowwood 500 weekend, Friday, September 30 through Sunday, October 2. TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or 877-GO-2-DEGA.
Should be a lot of fun. When we come back, we'll do our 4 downs, and then Bryant Vincent of UAB. Season starts tomorrow night. We'll talk to him to pack the protective stadium to get ready for this upcoming season. All that coming up on the show that is being brought to you in part today by our friends right there at Hemp Hill Services. A lot going out later on at the Lance Taylor. And football season, I know you're excited to finally get back to football. You love football and basketball.
Yeah, cannot wait. When something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. That's why you need to call our friends at Hemp Hill, Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemp Hill. The only ones I trust to fix it right, always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust and name Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
Hey guys, football season's here, and you know you're going to spend a lot of Saturdays and Sundays watching the games. So go ahead and make the call to Blakely's Bouquets. And when it comes time for those special occasions like homecoming or fall formals, Blakely's is the answer too. Trust me when I tell you that Blakely's will go above and beyond with unique custom designs. Order ahead or get speedy same-day deliveries at Blakely'sBouquets.com. That's Blakely'sBouquets.com, or better yet, stop by the store on Oxmoor Road in downtown Homewood. Blakely's Bouquets.
In a word, it's chaos. You'll have to see it to believe it. Whoever said that must have been talking about Talladega. It's a place where chaos mixes with speed, where a town turns into a city, and a weekend becomes a lifetime of memories. It's a tradition like no other.
What a wild finish.
NASCAR Playoffs Weekend at Talladega Superspeedway, October 1st and 2nd.
Bubba Wallace, the winner at Talladega.
Get your tickets now at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
For one of Birmingham's best beer selections since 2016, come check out our friends at the Beer Hog. With 64 local, regional, and international craft beers on tap, there is something for everyone. Plenty of TVs to watch all the games while you enjoy some of their fresh-baked pizzas and delicious appetizers. The Beer Hog also has wines on tap and a full bar with great signature cocktails. Don't forget about the large selection of packaged beer and growlers to go. Follow us on Facebook or just stop by the Beer Hog, located 2408 Pelham Parkway.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Summer means cookouts and spending time with the family and friends in the backyard. Ryan Brown here. Nothing can ruin a party like mosquitoes. Wayne's environmentally safe Mosquito Plus solution safely and effectively eliminates mosquitoes. Plus, they provide protection against fleas and ticks, helping keep your outdoor entertainment spaces safe, comfortable, and pest-free for your family and your four-legged family members. Wayne's has turned my backyard oasis into my happy place. They can do the same for you. Give them a call, 866-WAYNES-1, or callwaynes.com. Excelsior Ambulance Service is veteran-owned and contracted and has moved into the Birmingham area. Excelsior is currently hiring all levels, drivers, EMT, advanced EMT, paramedics, and dispatchers, and will meet or match pay according to the level and experience. Apply now at ExcelsiorAMB.com. Sign-on bonuses, 11 paid federal holidays, benefits packages, and education advancements are available. Excelsior Ambulance teams are staffed by some of the most experienced paramedics and EMTs in the South. ExcelsiorAMB.com. That's ExcelsiorAMB.com.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Maggie's response to my road trip request for the Dream Weekend in week 2 to go to Austin and Dallas to see my favorite band, The Killers, my college team, Alabama, and my NFL team, the Bucks, all within a 40-mile radius, all in 3 straight days. Her response, and some of the best sound we have going into this week 1 of college football after LT tells us about Precision Sports.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback today. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
All right. I asked Maggie, let's go on a road trip together. Here was my text to her. Want to take a road trip? Laid it all out. Killers on Friday, Bama on Saturday, Bucks on Sunday. Go, boy. That's a weekend. Yep. What a great wife, huh?
Uh-huh. I'm assuming that means by yourself.
Yep.
Dunaway just want us to see that so we can see that he has his wife saved as hot wife.
That is amazing.
Oh, did that show up?
Oh, gosh.
no.
Oh, my bad. I didn't crop it right.
I didn't change it just now. No.
Hot wife. No, it didn't
Forrester
say Maggie before that.
superimposed that in there. Forrester, well played. Go, boy. That means I can go, right?
Yep. That's what that means. I swear. The show will be fine. You can do a video hit with us on Friday. It'll be great.
Exclamation point, go, boy.
Yeah, like she wants you to go.
Oh, okay. She wants me to go. Don't want to be around me. I get it. Anybody excited about football season?
I am, Jim.
Yeah, Maggie is because you'll be downstairs.
Cut 9, Dan Lanning. I sort of feel this too. This always happens to me. Dan Lanning, cut 9 for the Oregon head coach, on what happens to him. Is he excited about the Georgia game? Yeah. What happens before every game for Dan Lanning? He lays it out there pretty honestly.
What's game day like for you? You said Saturday's your favorite day. I mean, what's your demeanor like? Has it evolved over the years? I mean, do you anticipate this Saturday, just because your role being different, having to manage your emotions in a different way?
You know, I got my game day playlist. There's a lot of different things on there. I'm gonna listen to that. I usually get pretty amped, especially once you're in the locker room there right before kickoff. And then there's a little bit of a calm before the storm. You know, I was the guy that has to pee like 5 or 6 times right before the game starts. Like I love football, right? And I'm still like that. So I'm sure right before I take the field, I'll be in the urinal, and then we'll be, you know, get a break and then get out there. But like what makes football so great, right? That's what's so awesome about this game is the nerves, the excitement around it. Heck yeah, I get nervous before a game. Like if you don't, you're lying.
I got a feeling about that guy right there.
You like him, don't you?
I do like Dan Lanning.
You like him so much.
I think he's going to be good at Oregon, and I think one day. No.
Say it. You told me before.
I think he's going to be good at Oregon, and when Nick Saban retires, he'll be on the short list. He was with Saban at Alabama. I think if he's successful at Oregon, he could be on the short list.
Look, I mean, if he's successful at Oregon, he could be on the short list.
Marcus Freeman, I like this guy too. They're Cut 8 rock star Marcus Freeman. A little bit of an underdog. People like me keep saying Ohio State easy winner at 17.5. Marcus Freeman earlier this week on the
Just
Irish
for the club.
The Irish, the one button down more than Dan Lanning. Marcus Freeman on the Irish being big underdogs.
This game is now up to a 17.5-point spread. It's been a decade and a half since Notre Dame's won outright under those circumstances. Lou Holtz, all-time great at turning an underdog role into a useful tool. What did you pick up from him? Will you plug into some of those conversations this week? And what is it about this place that leads to upsets?
Well, I didn't know that. I'm going to write that down. You said 17.5 points, right? We'll use that in the team meeting today, you know. It's good to know. You know, I haven't paid much attention to the spread, but I remember that one time we were on College Game Day, I said just keep making it go up and up.
Make it go up and up. Don't like his chances this week.
I
Well, I don't
do
like his
not
chances
like
to
his
win.
chances
Yeah.
either. Boy, if he did,
that'd be huge.
again, you're talking about a major statement. The same with Dan Lanning. I mean, either one of those pulls an upset. I mean, it's just an incredible start. It's a signature win, and it already shakes up the college football world.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of shaking up the college football world, could UAB be that group of 5 team this year that makes a run to a New Year's Six bowl game? We'll talk to Bryant Vincent about the first game coming up on the other side. You got to be ready, UAB fans, for that first game. Alabama-Auburn fans, first home game. You get your gear, game day gear from the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order online, pantsstore.com, or follow them on social media. Get ready for the game in your colors with all the Yetis, game day hats, and polos with our friends at the Pants Store.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
By now, you know I love the game of golf and getting on the golf course as much as I can. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Simply put, Ballantrae Golf Club in Pelham is one of the best public golf courses I have ever played. It's always in fantastic condition. The people out there are so friendly. They just treat you like family. They're happy you're there. And the pace of play, they keep it moving. Those are all things that are important to me. See them for yourself. 620-GOLF, 620-4653 to make a tee time at Ballantrae. Also improve your game with a professional staff of Hal Brown, Jerry Applegate, Jay Chambers, all great teachers for Ballantrae Golf Club, just off I-65 in Pelham.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champy'schicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Back with you on the Next Round as you listen to us all over the Southeast getting ready for football season, starting with week 0 last night. But we had UAB's AD on yesterday talking. You guys were all up in arms about tailgating. Have they cut our tailgating time? We cleared that up yesterday. So 1 o'clock tomorrow, all the tailgating opens up at UAB as we start the season. Looking for a big crowd. Alabama, A&M, and UAB. Our friends at Redmont Vodka hosting a together party of both fan bases getting together pregame down there in Uptown before the big game. So we're ready to go with the season. We asked the question going to break, could UAB be that group of 5 team this year, like we saw Cincinnati last year or every year, that makes it to a New Year's Six Bowl? Expectations are high. And so we bring in head coach Bryant Vincent now to join us. Brought to you by our friends at Legacy Credit Union. No matter where you are in life, start building a legacy you can be proud of today. Legacy, the official credit union of UAB. Coach, I'll start with this. It seems like 30 years of being a broadcaster, every time I talk to a coach, he'd always like 1 more day, 2 more days. Would you like to have another week, or are you ready to get out there and see what you got?
I would actually like to kick off in about 2 hours.
Ready to go. I like that.
Look, summer, fall is a lot of work up to a season, Coach. If you've experienced this a lot, did you feel like it was an A+ fall camp leading up to this? A B? Where would you put your fall camp?
Yeah, I would probably put it at an A.
Okay.
The reason I say that, you always want it to be better. You always want it to be better. But I was very pleased with our kids that they approached each day with a great mentality. We gave great effort. I thought we took care of each other. We played together. You see us, you see an inexperienced football team. And we've got to continue to grow our leadership and continue to build this team. But I thought we played hard. We practiced hard every single day. We didn't have a day where we walked off the field and said, you know what, man, that was sloppy. We didn't have great effort. We didn't have one of those days here this fall camp. So with that being said, and staying away from staying healthy for the most part. You combine both of those, and I'm pretty happy. That's why I feel like it's an A.
I don't know if you've got specific goals, and by that, what I mean by that is when you look at your offense, points per game, they've gone up 3 consecutive years. You guys were right at 30 points per game last year. Is there a number that you feel like this offense needs to be at this year?
Not necessarily. I think this is kind of what we judge our offense on is, number one, we want to dominate, or at least we want to control the line of scrimmage. Every run that we hand off, we want it to be an efficient run. Most people count 3 yards as an efficient run. We've added it to 4 this year. We're trying to, raise the bar. We want to have great ball security. You don't want any turnovers. That's the goal. 0 turnovers. We want to be right at 50% on third downs. We want to be at 90% in the red zone. And I know that's high. Most people have 70 to 75. But we feel like, when we get down in there, we got to punch it in, and we're capable of doing it. And I know we're putting high goals for our team, but we've got to raise them high if we want to be something special. But to get to your answer, I know I'm running around it a little bit, but we don't necessarily talk about points. We talk about time of possession. We talk about finishing our opponent in the fourth quarter, and we talk about controlling the line of scrimmage and, winning the turnover battle.
Any concern at all for you on the play calling, the process of doing that and being the head coach, how all that's going to work tomorrow night? Because you've seen, great coaches who are great offensive coordinators eventually give up play calling duties, take them back, give them up, take them back. How's that process going to work tomorrow night?
Well, I don't plan on giving it up, to be honest with you. My plan is 100% to call it the whole season. I've called it for years. A lot of these guys have been grown up in this offense. A lot of these guys are back for their 3rd year in it. And I've done it on the sideline the last 2 years. I'm comfortable doing it. The biggest thing that I'm having to deal with right now is just time management, because just being the offensive coordinator is an extremely demanding job. And then when you add the head coaching title to it and you're running the program as I am, it's just time constraining, but at the end of the day, I can handle it. You just got to put more time in, get here earlier, stay a little later, have a couple more meetings, and just continue the path. But I'm extremely comfortable calling it. These kids, I know these guys inside and out and what they're capable of, and I'm just excited to get to game day.
I don't know if you know Dan Lanning that well, the new Oregon coach. He's been around a while, but we just played a soundbite from him, and he talked about, he's like, if a coach tells you he doesn't get nervous before the start of a game, I think he's lying. I'm always nervous. He said he goes to pee like 5 times in the locker room. I'm not going to ask you about that, Coach, but, how nervous do you get before any game?
I really don't get nervous. I get excited. I get kind of, I guess the best, because I get that question a lot, and throughout my career, I don't get nervous. I get kind of amped up. I get kind of jacked up, and I get in a zone where it's a mentality that we're coming after you. And, bringing up Dan Lanning, played him last year at Georgia, and I think that's why our point total, Lance.
It's pretty good defense, though. Hey,
they weren't bad.
Back to your OC duties. How many plays do you script out before a game? Like going into that game, is it a full 8 to 10 plays? Is there a number that you typically have?
No, not really. I think what we do offensively is different, and what I mean by that is we're an outside zone team, and it's methodical, and we're going to run outside zone over and over and over and over, and then we've got all of our things off of outside zone where it all fits, whether it's our naked play actions, whether it's our regular play actions, it's our half row play actions. Everything's built off of outside zone, so it's not necessarily a 7 to 8 play script. It's more of a series thoughts in this first phase to the second phase to the third phase to the fourth phase, because we're just going to be resilient in our run game and all the things that come off of it. And to me, when they start adding a guy from the field or from the boundary, then that's where we're going to attack them in the play action. So everything's based off that, and it's more of a drive theory.
One more for me, and I hate to ask you all these X's and O's questions because, I'm just a fan. I don't know football like a lot of guys who talk to you, but
I think he's figured that out.
Yeah, you know that. But how much, like your quarterbacks, when they get to the line, how do they have the keys to the car? Can they change any play, or is it always a check with you before they change a play?
No, the keys are in the quarterback's hands, and everything up there that he can walk up, to the play, to the line of scrimmage, and he can change any play that we have. And the system's kind of built that way, depending on the play action protection, what can hurt it, what can't hurt it. Is it solid? Do I got to get out of it? Any run play we have, he's got the keys to. It just really, the quarterback has availability to change the play and check the play.
Good.
You mentioned and we'll let you go on this one, Coach. I know you got a lot to do, but you did mention the outside zone. Who is the father of that? Like, who do you watch that is a big, like you would say, this is the guy whose offense that I'm watching, I really want to emulate what they do?
I think it's really been App State. It goes back to 2018, 2019, and we've got a great relationship with those guys up there. They kind of started it, and there's just a kind of a tree of them. Jeff Grimes at BYU is a good friend of mine that was at BYU and now is at Baylor. He's the offensive coordinator, offensive line coach. So it's really Baylor, App State, and Louisville are the three trees with a little bit of Missouri mixed in there.
All right. UAB tomorrow night. All right.
Some tickets still left.
Some tickets left.
Tickets.
Coach Ingram, Mark Ingram told us how to get those tickets yesterday. Also, tailgating starts at 1 o'clock. In spite of what you might have read, you can tailgate all day and then go watch the Blazers win at 7 down at Protective Stadium. Coach, thank you for the time today. Good luck. We'll see you next week.
Yeah. No pressure. It's my freshman son's first UAB game, so no pressure.
Hey, no pressure. Hey, I promise you, he'll be excited. Thank you guys for having me. Go Blazers. And, hey, we're right up over 30,000. Let's pack this place out. Everybody come get your tickets and let's go. Appreciate you guys.
Thank you, Coach. Take care. That is Coach Bryant Vincent, UAB. Coach, if you see Dunaway's son, have him call Jim and go see the game.
Chances quarters there.
I think he's going. Yeah,
seriously.
Yeah,
good for him. That's part of the student experience.
Because if I understand it right, because I can't call him, but in a text, I think he told me that they have buses that take him over there.
Okay.
So he doesn't have to drive, doesn't have to park, and he's like his dad. He loves good concession food. he's there for the in between play music and the good food. So yeah, I think he's going. All right, so that's Bryant Vincent there. Over 30,000.
That's what he said. Yeah,
I like that.
That's good to hear.
I like that.
That's good to hear. Yeah.
I mean, 30,000 in that stadium will be. I mean, that's more than the Stallions had opening night. And that stadium looked full.
Yeah, I agree. That'd be a good crowd.
That'll be a great crowd. Excited to see that tomorrow night. For UAB's opener. Part of our show being brought to you by Greg from Pell City Storm Restoration Roofing. Respected in the roofing world is Greg Nelson. I mean, he's one of the giants. Like if we did Mount Rushmore, we were talking about that earlier, Mount Rushmore of roofing people. We were talking coaching, but in roofing people, Greg Nelson would be on Mount Rushmore. If you ever needed a roof over Mount Rushmore, Greg would be the guy you'd call to do it. He's that good.
What's happening?
I don't know right now.
A+ rated with a Better Business Bureau. He offers the industry's best warranties. Insurance companies trust him. And here's the best part, right? You haven't had that roof inspected in a while. Greg will do it for absolutely free. No obligation, free, no-cost roof inspection. All you have to do is call him up, 205-542-3531. One of our viewers had storm damage recently. Greg's the person he called there. Had that number on standby, 205-542-3531. Another one of our viewers said, hey, the insurance guy didn't want to get on my roof after a lightning strike. Greg had no problem. Got up to the roof, took pictures for the guy so the guy could make the claim for him. 205-542-3531. Nobody does it like Greg. Free, no-cost inspection. Just a guy you want to be friends with. You can look him up on Facebook, too. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Marcus.
Let's just say you can't take America's Dairyland out of Culver's. Like the real Wisconsin cheese on our juicy butter burgers, the farm fresh dairy in our fresh frozen custard, even our crispy golden Wisconsin cheese curds. It may sound cheesy, but we love where we come from at Culver's.
Almost as much as we love sharing it with our guests. Welcome to Delicious.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Conquer whatever summertime activities you want to take part in, all while wearing the perfect shoes. Our fit specialists take precise measurements of your feet and analyze how you walk and run so that your shoes fit perfectly. And we haven't forgotten about the kids either. We'll get them equipped for summer camp or whatever adventures they take on. Stop by the New Balance Birmingham store today, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. They have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they've now opened their 10th office location in Central Alabama. To find your agent in your neighborhood, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. That's MOVE to 35620. In this crazy market, depend on a neighborhood friend. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
The next round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the next round, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Football season is here, and it's time to do what we do best. Lance'sLock.com is your source for football winners, and for only $90 a month, you won't find a better value anywhere. If you're going to play, you might as well win while you're doing it. Jump in with me and get every lock from every league every single day. College football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, NBA. It's all under the same subscription. $90 a month breaks down to $3 a day. There's not a better deal out there. Subscribe today this year at Lance'sLock.com.
Football season is back, and so are tailgates. It's time to win that tailgate with Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his winning team will open up the doors so you can dine in or an easy-to-go pickup when you order at champy'schicken.com. At Champy's, you experience southern staples like chicken on a stick and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales that are to die for. Hand-cut chicken tenders and a whole lot more right on your way home or to the big game. Highway 119 in Alabaster. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken.
NASCAR Fast with our 4 downs in just a second to wrap up the show. Or if you're listening on replay, before we go to the live show on game day on Thursday. But first, NASCAR is coming back to the playoffs.
That's right. 877-GO-TO-DAGA, 877-GO-TO-DAGA, in the crucial middle race spot there of the NASCAR Cup Series playoffs, round of 12. It is the Yellowwood 500. Sunday, October 2. The weekend starts Friday, the 30th of September. The Yellowwood 500 Weekend 2022 edition. You can make sure you got your garage experience, your seats, your pre-race experience like the What is Talladega 4-wide racing acres of campground parties, making unforgettable memories right there in Talladega. That memory and much, much more at TalladagaSuperspeedway.com or 877-GO-TO-DAGA.
Interesting note before we do LT's 4 downs, the PGA Tour still has 18 of the top 20 golfers after the latest LIV departure. Pretty good numbers there, right? Cam Smith's number 2 in the world, but
he
still
is number 2. That's the biggest guy they've picked off to date as far as where he is in his current playing status.
That's a PGA selling point. A LIV selling point, though, is, let's see if I got this right, 12 of the last 27 major winners are now on the Live Tour.
Ooh, that's interesting.
Man, it's almost half.
That's pretty impressive. Yeah,
one look good, one doesn't look good. Whichever cup you want to drink from.
Again, you can spin anything you want one way or another.
Numbers. All right, let's do 4 downs. That's a number, and it's brought to you by Vulcan Tires, soon to be a 5th location.
Yeah, I saw the aerial of the soon-to-be 5th location in Pell City. It looks great. 4 locations right now. Stop in, get a look at the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. They can do it bumper to bumper for you and your family. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
Something you loved as a kid but can't stand now. I'll go cartoons. I loved cartoons as a kid. I just can't watch them. And I don't care if it's The Simpsons. I don't care if it's adult cartoons. I can't do it.
South Park's fantastic. You should give it a shot. Squeeze-Its for me. It's just sugar water. I mean, I was obsessed with them when I was like in 3rd grade.
What are Squeeze-Its? Like the popsicle things?
No, they're like little, almost like Kool-Aid, but sweeter.
I thought it would have been the teat for you.
No, you said tired of.
Tired of. He's now. Never mind.
I loved a can of SpaghettiOs and meatballs when I was a kid, and not long ago, Jennifer bought them for my youngest, and I was like, "Ooh, I'm gonna try this," and I tried it. I was like, "Ooh."
It's like metallic.
I mean, it was no good, but I loved it as a kid.
Yeah, I used to eat them cold.
Yeah.
I did. I'd eat SpaghettiOs. I'd eat spaghetti meatballs. I'd eat chili. Anything out of the can. Can't stand it now. For me, Rockstar, I'm gonna go with the popsicles. I used to love those things. I mean, I would go through those the frozen kind. What do you call
with
those?
The plastic. Yeah.
Yeah. You'd cut them off with the scissors. Yep. What is
Otter Pop? Yeah.
Yeah. Would eat those just nonstop. The whole box sometimes, just nonstop.
They charge you like a penny a piece. So
yes.
I don't know how it costs less than a penny to make, but obviously it does. I don't know how that's possible.
You know why I don't hate them now? Because my son would leave them all over the house. I'd find in a cushion. I'd be like,
when that juice gets loose in the cushion too,
it's unbelievable.
Second down.
Okay, if you could only listen to one genre of music the rest of your life, what would it be?
It'd be country for me.
Yep. 90s rock, I'll say from 1990 to 1998.
Yeah, that'd probably be my second.
So
right
90s
there.
alt rock.
Yeah, 98 you can cut it off. That's when Limp Bizkit came
see, this
on.
is so tough for me because I really like hip hop, but more hip hop, 5 years ago and before.
Mm-hmm.
And here's the thing: it's like now classic rock is considered Metallica
right.
and Def Leppard and Motley Crue. I probably would go classic rock, and I just wouldn't be happy because I would get mixed in, the Rolling Stones.
Yeah.
And
I'd go country. Country gets me everything.
I think I would go classic
Tammy
rock.
Wynette
I can't believe I'm saying that.
Yeah. Who? What'd you say?
I think I'd go classic rock.
Classic rock. I mean, country for me. And I throw like a Zach Bryan into the country realm. I don't know where he falls. Yeah. So that's who I like.
Third down.
Okay, someone you have crossed that fine line from love to hate or from hate to love. You can go either direction. I'll start it. I'll go from pretty much love to hate LeBron James. I used to really, really like LeBron. Can't stand the guy now.
Mine was, we talked to her on the show, was Ray Seahorn. She was on that Whitney Cummings show, and I watched 2 episodes. I was like, this is the worst actress. She's an over the top. She played a drunk that worked at a bar. I was like, I hate her. And then when she came on Better Call Saul, I was like, oh my God, this girl's a really good actress. So I hated her to loving her.
Okay. Interesting.
Love to hate, hate to love.
I didn't know
Brownie?
she was on that show.
I hate is a strong word, but I never liked Peyton Manning as a Tennessee quarterback or an Indianapolis quarterback. I respected him, just didn't like him. But the longer he played, the more I learned to like him. And now that he's in his roles in his media, I love him.
I agree with that one. And I always think back, why did I dislike him? It was because I bet against him so much and he always covered.
Probably
I that's a great example. I'm that way with a lot of good athletes. I end up liking them more when I go back and respect them. I'll go with that as well. Peyton Manning.
Fourth down.
Richard Gere, 73, the former heartthrob. If I asked you your favorite Richard Gere movie.
Officer and a Gentleman.
The Jackal.
Pretty Woman.
Which one?
Pretty Woman 1?
See, my backup would be Primal Fear, but my favorite's probably An Officer and a Gentleman.
Primal Fear is where the guy's a schizophrenic?
Yeah, Edward Norton.
Oh, he's faking schizophrenic.
Well, don't give it away. Yeah, it's only been 25
alert,
years.
Dunaway. Good Lord.
I would go Officer and a Gentleman. I thought that was really good. American Gigolo was pretty good, too.
Unfaithful.
I didn't like Unfaithful, really.
Why? Good naked scenes. Okay. Sorry, Amber.
Oh, hey, Amber.
Hey,
First thing Amber hears on the show. Good naked scenes.
She's known us a long time.
Brokeback Mountain.
Yeah.
The tent scene, Rockstar's favorite.
I'm a Cowboy wannabe. What can I say? That's the show today. Thanks for being with us. Football's officially here tomorrow with the first full weekend. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Jim